We really wanted to have a good quality filming while we were doing this. I believe they're going to do some Facebook Live, and hopefully that'll come through. This happens a lot right before our meetings, but I don't want to hold all of you. So this is our legislative meeting of February the 26th. We always start our meeting with a silent prayer and a pledge of allegiance. If you could just take a moment for a silent prayer. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If we could introduce ourselves, that would be great.
Christy Rischel, Assistant Clerk.
Leslie Hervey, Clerk to the Board.
Hamilton County Commission Vice President Alicia Reese.
County Commissioner Denise Driehaus.
Jeff Alito, County Administrator.
Patrick Dressing, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney.
Stephanie Summerall Dumas, President of the Board. Our next order of business, I make a motion to approve the minutes of the previous session.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Commissioner Driehaus.
Yes.
So we have several proclamations today. I would like to do at least two of them right now. And we're going to start out. Our first proclamation is David Burrier. Is he here? Please come forth. Welcome. We're going to read the proclamation. I say a few words, and then, of course, you can say a few words, okay?
Okay. Hamilton County Board of Commissioners proclamation honoring David Burrier upon his retirement for Hamilton County Stadia and Parking. Whereas David has faithfully and honorably served as a security specialist too at Paycor Stadium with Hamilton County Stadia and Parking, dedicating 25 years to ensuring the safety, security, and operational integrity of one of the region's premier public venues. Whereas David has served during football games for the Cincinnati Bengals, as well as during numerous special events, concerts, and large-scale gatherings, consistently demonstrating vigilance, professionalism, and sound judgment in high attendance and high-pressure environments. Whereas throughout his tenure, David has demonstrated exceptional dedication to public safety, emergency preparedness, and crowd management, helping to ensure a safe and secure experience for fans, staff, players, performers, and visitors alike.
And whereas Dave has been trusted and reliable and a mentor, fostering a culture of accountability, respect, and collaboration with the Security Division. And whereas Dave's loyalty, integrity, and calm leadership under pressure have left a lasting and meaningful impact on Hamilton County Stadia and Parking and its partners. And whereas after 25 years of distinguished service, Dave has chosen to retire, concluding a career marked by dedication, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to protecting the public.
And whereas Hamilton County Stadium and Parking and the Cincinnati Bengals wish Dave continued success, fulfillment, and happiness in all his future endeavors. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that on behalf of the citizens of Hamilton County, the Board of County Commissioners of Hamilton County does hereby recognize and commend Dave Burrier for his faithful years of service in stadium security, public safety, and extends its sincerest gratitude and congratulations, along with best wishes for good health and happiness in the years ahead. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim Friday, February the 27th, 2026, as Dave Burrier Day in all of Hamilton County. I would like to say 25 years is a long time for anything. So I congratulate you and I thank you for all the work and all the dedication as was indicated in the proclamation. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Reese.
Yeah, just thank you for your service, not only at your job at Paycor, but I want to thank you for your service for serving our country as a veteran. So thank you so much.
Yes, I'm delighted to be recognizing you here today. Dave brought his posse here, all over here, team members down at the stadium. So thank you all for being here too to help us celebrate. So it was mentioned in the proclamation, but the stadium is a behemoth. It's hard to manage. The crowds are hard to manage. There's a lot going on down there. And to do that for 25 years, as you have, is really commendable. So thank you so much for doing that on behalf of the citizens of the county.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Just that I'm honored. I've enjoyed my time there. It's part of the reason why I was there for 25 years is I absolutely loved it. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. We're going to come down and take a picture with you.
Okay.
Right here. There we go. There we go. Got it?
Okay. We have one additional proclamation. Vice President Reese, if you'd like to start.
Let me find it. Are they here? Should he come forward, Jeffrey?
Okay.
Yes, he's right.
Yeah, okay.
Come on forward, Jeffrey.
Yeah. I'm not feeling well.
Korf.
Von
Korf. I want to make sure I get it right. Hamilton County Board of County Commissioners proclamation honoring Jeffrey Von Korf upon his retirement from Hamilton County Stadium parking. Whereas Jeffrey Von Korf has faithfully and honorably served as the facilities maintenance manager for Hamilton County Stadium parking, dedicating 25 years to the maintenance, safety, and operational excellence of Paycor Stadium. Whereas over the course of his distinguished career, Mr. Von Korf has supported more than 250 Cincinnati Bengal games and over 50 major concerts, ensuring the stadium was prepared, operational, and event ready for hundreds of thousands of patrons. Whereas Mr. Von Korf has demonstrated unwavering commitment through wind, rain, flooding events, and even a hurricane, consistently leading facility operations with resilience, professionalism, and steady leadership under challenging conditions. You were dedicated.
And whereas throughout his tenure, Mr. Von Korf has overseen critical maintenance, repairs, renovations, contractor coordination, and infrastructure improvements, safeguarding the integrity of one of the region's premier public venues. And whereas he has led maintenance staff with integrity and accountability, fostering a culture of teamwork, reliability, and excellence within Hamilton County stadia and parking. And whereas his dedication, technical expertise, and tireless work ethic have left a lasting legacy on Paycor Stadium and the countless events and community experiences held within its walls.
And whereas, after 25 years of distinguished service, Mr. Von Korf has chosen to retire, concluding a career marked by loyalty, perseverance, and unwavering commitment to public service. And whereas Hamilton County Stadia and Parking and the Cincinnati Bengals wish Mr. Von Korf continued success, good health, and happiness in the future. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that on behalf of the citizens of Hamilton County, the Board of County Commissioners of Hamilton County does hereby recognize and commend Jeffrey Von Korf for his faithful years of service and extends his sincerest gratitude and congratulations, along with best wishes for years ahead. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hamilton County, Ohio, does hereby proclaim Sunday, March the 1st, 2026, as Jeffrey Von Korff Day in all of Hamilton County. Thank you so much. Did somebody do that to you to keep you to stay or something? Yeah. But once again, I want to thank you for your service and your commitment. Thank you so much. Vice President Reese.
Wow, I'm just looking at, we're just losing two people, 25 years of knowledge and experience that has gone beyond the call of duty. Because when you say the tornadoes hit, everybody's running. We're running away and you're running in. So thank you again for your dedication and your service.
Yeah, I ditto a lot of the same remarks, same posse. It's so interesting that you're part of the same team, but there's additional members of the Von Korff team with his wife and his two kids. So I just want to recognize that they're in the audience. Thank you for your dedication. It's really remarkable. 25 years at the stadium and parking is really remarkable. So thank you so much.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just couldn't have done it without all of these people and my family.
Of course.
Thank you.
We all need support. Thank you.
And you, of course.
You know.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
It takes a team. Thank you.
Yeah. We're going to come down and take a picture with you.
Thank you.
And then we'll also have your family be part of it. Great. Got it. Right here, family camera. And then county camera. Thank you so much. Oh, one more? Okay. We have another proclamation. We have another proclamation we'll be doing in just a little bit. We have quite a few comment cards. What I'm going to do first, let them get out and celebrate. What I'm going to do first, with your patience, Eric Beck is our engineer. We have a public hearing. It'll take a couple minutes, and then we'll have everyone speak.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is a public hearing for the 2025 Sidewalk Replacement Program, which is project number 502601. This has an estimated cost of $57,024, which calculates out to about $22 per square foot of sidewalk replaced. This will be funded completely by the Hamilton County Engineers Road and Bridge Fund. Inspection and notification letters were sent out to property owners in July of 2025, giving them 90 days to repair the sidewalk on their own. If they have not done that, then we put that into this contract. Notifications for this public hearing were sent out on February 6th to all affected property owners. And the purpose of this hearing is to allow the property owners an opportunity to speak about the quantities and costs of the repairs that were sent to them. We have a second hearing scheduled in March, and should these hearings be closed favorably, it will direct the engineer to proceed with bids solicitation. So this allows the public to make any comments on this.
Is there any public here for the public hearing to speak? Thank you, Vice President Reese. Did you have any comments?
No comments.
Commissioner Dreehouse? Okay. Thank you. We'll see you in March. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to go with the order I was given for comments. Mr. Jason Dunn is here to speak. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you with several of our executive officers of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and just wanted to offer some input on who we are as an organization and where we are coming this July in Cincinnati. My name is Jason Dunn, Sr. I serve as the Deputy Grand Marshal of the 85th Grand Conclave of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. I bring greetings on behalf of our Grand Marshal, Stanford Williams, and our International Grand Bosselist, Ricky Lewis. For 115 years, Omega Psi Phi has stood on the principles of manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift. And in July 26, we will bring our 85th Grand Conclave to Hamilton County at the First Financial Convention Center. We are projecting more than 25,000 attendees and an economic impact of $34 to $48 million. 17 hotels are already secured, demonstrating our firm commitment to this county and its downtown partners. But what makes this moment different is not just the scale, it is an intentionality. Commissioner Reese, in 2004, you took me under your wing and you taught me the business of tourism. You told me to make Cincinnati the place to be and involve the community. Then you said, Dunn, we are counting on you. Never forget those words. Never forget that. Commissioners Summer Dumas and Dreehouse and Bishop Hilton and Jackie, you all witnessed and worked over the years as we helped bring major national organizations to this city at my tenure working for Visit Cincy, as well as Mr. Jeff Olodo. Because of that consistent record of local engagement, intentional inclusion, and authentic impact, Omega Psi Phi chose Cincinnati. Our local host chapter, Beta Iota, is 100% registered to vote, civically engaged men and who live, work, and serve right here in San Bernardino County. Through our Omega Uplift activations, we intentionality drive spending to small minority-owned businesses, cultural institutions, and neighborhood entrepreneurs. Our free public programming at Fountain Square and Elm Street Plaza during the 4 days that we're here, 11 a.m. to midnight, is designed to bring residents and visitors together and expand economic participation beyond the convention center walls. We're asking for your support as we bring our 85th conclave here to Cincinnati and have programming on Fountain Square and Elm Street open to the public and free. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'm going to go through all the large tourism cards before we go to something different. Leslie Mooney. And just to let the audience know, there will be a presentation after comments as it relates to the large tourism grant. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I'm Leslie Mooney. I'm the Executive Director and Vice President of Blink. And I just wanted to say thank you to the administration for the thorough review of the applications, of which I'm sure there were many, for recommending funding support for Blink in 2026. We deeply value Hamilton County's partnership and leadership in advancing transformative, tourism-driven events in our county. As you are aware, Blink is a completely free, accessible public art festival that welcomes audiences from every demographic and neighborhood. It is one of the most visible and inclusive cultural public art events in the United States, with a 2026 goal of being radically welcoming. This year, we had nearly 800 applications from artists all over the world, representing more than 50 countries and states from all different ethnic, racial, and gender backgrounds. The total production cost of Blink is approximately $8 million, with a financial goal to break even, not generate a profit. As a free public art event, nearly all funding comes from contributions, sponsorships, gifts, and grants. Public investment helps ensure that the festival remains free and accessible to all. We look forward to working with the county once again to recognize your contribution through premium event-wide recognition before, during, and after the festival, prominent branding across the website, social print materials, event signage, interstitial projection graphics on high-visibility installations. And our most exciting partnership opportunity comes with Hamilton County, centered around the Black Music Walk of Fame, where we will create a 4-night immersive celebration of light and music worthy of the Walk of Fame inductees themselves. The installation will be prominently featured on the Blink Zone map, maximizing visibility and awareness. And this partnership really highlights Hamilton County's commitment to cultural vibrancy, heritage, and inclusive storytelling. Through all of this, the millions of attendees and a global audience who directly associate Blink with Hamilton County and making this possible. Your investment ensures Blink remains free, world-class, and accessible while elevating key county assets on an international stage. We look forward to continuing this positive partnership and delivering a transformative 26 festival together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe Santangelo. Couldn't see you behind the podium.
Hi, my name is Joe Santangelo. I'm the producer of the Cincinnati Music Festival. This year it'll be July 23, 24, 25, and we are performing all 3 days this year at Paycor Stadium. The Thursday night event we're doing in the new lounge, which will be completely refurbished by then, and then the Friday and Saturday nights at the stadium. The Friday and Saturday night stadiums will be our 39th and 40th concerts at Paycor Stadium over the years. I think the only one that does more than that is the Bengals. So anyway, we're very honored to be considered for a tourism grant. We feel that because I would say somewhere between 80 and 85% of our audience is from out of town, that we get such extreme hotel usage, and that I think that we are the #1 hotel weekend in the city, and we feel that with everything that goes on around the festival, we feel that we contribute greatly to the Black Music Walk of Fame. We have a wonderful event planned for that this year. We have like I said, the Thursday night at the stadium, and we are subject, I don't know what people are talking about when they say prices aren't going up, because for us, they're going through the roof. The artists are just keep asking for more and more, and we definitely can use help to keep this event in Cincinnati, which I think is like one of the cornerstone events for Hamilton County. So I appreciate your support and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sister Kelly.
Does this one come down far enough?
Does that come down far enough?
It might.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay, thank you. First off, thank you to all of the commissioners, everybody here today. Thank you so much. I'm just coming to say that the Cincinnati Music Fest is a part of the fabric of Cincinnati. Over 60 years, just about, the Music Fest has been here, so it's generational. In the Music Fest, what I found to be just lovely is that the group took the time to create a program to work within the community and work with people of various abilities as well.
You can't hear.
Hold on one second. Sorry. You can't hear it. Well, can that mic be moved? This one? Hold on, because we want to be accessible. And then she's not on camera. Can you get where does she need to be on camera?
Mic check.
Move closer. Come up, Sister Kelly.
Sister Kelly.
Can you see her now without cutting her head off? We're accessible. We want to be. I don't see her on camera. It was 1 second. So I want to make sure everybody is. What about that mic? Oh, our mic can't come on. If she comes there, though, can you see her?
Can you see her, Bob?
We got to get our technology together. This has been
come-
all year, every week, we got a problem down here. There you go. Okay. And can you hear her? He got the mic. Can you hear her? Say something.
Hello?
There we go. Thank you.
hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, just to start over again, I would like to thank the Hamilton County Commissioners for this time. I'd also like to thank everybody in here for this time. I am here to talk about the wonderful program that the Cincinnati Music Fest has, which is called CMF Connects. And it's a program that connects our community with the festival. It is important not to leave people out. It is important to consider all people, and it's important to have programming where people don't feel like they are not a part of it. The music festival is inclusive to not only the people of Cincinnati, but inclusive to people, I would say region-wise and nation-wise. And so today, I am here in support of the large event grant, because you know what? These types of events here are important. The Cincinnati Music Fest has been going on here just about 60 years, and that means that it's tried and it's true. And so, I know everybody's event in here is important, but we have to deal with what has been tested, what's true, what's remained. And so last year we got the opportunity to work with people like the Ken Anderson Alliance. We got to work with the Appointed Group, and other groups got to come in to the Music Fest and be a part of it that ordinarily might not be a part of it or be not considered. So just coming to you today to ask you to keep in consideration for the large event grant, the Cincinnati Music Fest, which is a part of Cincinnati. It's not new. We all know about it. And so that's what I want to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Mr. Marvin Butts. Welcome.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to follow that, but thanks for having me here. My support has got 40 years of my life invested into the music festival, and I'm going to talk about some of the things that we don't know. It builds a lot of relationships. I have watched a lot of kids grow up and be commissioners from being on the stage at the festival. I watched Fran grow up as a kid, and now she runs the festival with her dad. And it brings people in from our region, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, Louisville, Lexington. And that's the longevity. And for 40 years, I have watched it grow and create all these wonderful relationships throughout. So that's my take on that is I want to keep it going, see it sustain itself, and keep the relationships building. I mean, I'm watching Fran, kids grew up ready to get married now. Have kids. I mean, come on. 40 years of this, it's a relationship building. It's good for the city. I personally benefit off of it because I have met a wonderful group of people through all over the country in those 40 years. So that's what I got to say.
Okay.
And I wish you consider what you do with your money.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bomani Tayemba, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bomani Tayemba, and I am the organizer of Festival 513, which is Cincinnati's premier merchant festival, now entering its 20th year. And I'm here in strong support of approving the $500,000 large tourism grant for Cincinnati Music Festival. The Cincinnati Music Festival is one of the most significant economic drivers in Hamilton County, generating an estimated $107 million in annual economic impact and attracting more than 90,000 attendees, many traveling from outside our region. These visitors fill our hotels, dine in our restaurants, shop in our stores, and contribute meaningfully to our local economy. Festival 513 exists because of this momentum. During CMF weekend, we activate Freedom Way with nearly 100 merchandise and food vendors, providing a free walkable experience directly across from Paycor Stadium. Our event supports small businesses, creates additional spending opportunities, and enhances the overall visitor experience, encouraging longer stays and greater economic impact throughout the county. Approving this grant is a strategic investment in a nationally recognized event that consistently delivers economic growth, tax revenue, and positive exposure for Hamilton County. So on behalf of Festival 513, our vendors, and the many local businesses that benefit from this weekend, I respectfully urge you to approve the large tourism grant for the Cincinnati Music Festival.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Tabitha Anderson. No, we're not going to do that. We didn't approve it.
Good afternoon. My name is Tabitha Anderson. Thank you, commissioners, for having us here today to talk about the large event grant. I am here on behalf of Cincinnati Music Festival. I started with Cincinnati Music Festival at the age of 18, and that was in 1986. So it's been a long journey. And my, haven't they come a far way from Carthage Fairgrounds to Paul Brown Stadium? The thing that a lot of people don't realize about Cincinnati Music Festival is while it's a huge economic driver for Cincinnati, it's also major for the nonprofits that Cincinnati Music Festival partners with. And we know this because I run a foundation and they partner with our foundation. And through our partnership with them, we've been able to feed thousands of families, provide thousands of toys at Christmas time for kids, help kids with back to school supplies and uniforms. So when you think about the Cincinnati Music Festival, it's not just about the fabulous week of music and entertainment and food. It's what happens after all of that is done. When the dust settles, the Cincinnati Music Festival is still giving. It's giving more than entertainment. It's giving hope. It's giving opportunity. Because not only do they partner with other businesses, they especially reach out and network with smaller businesses that otherwise wouldn't have an opportunity to be on a higher playing field when it comes to trying to get into the transportation industry or restaurant hospitality. So again, as Mr. Butt said, please consider where you put your money and put it where you're going to get the most out of it. Because again, the Cincinnati Music Festival is not just about a weekend. They give back 365 days.
Thank you so much for your comments. And my last card, Otto Wellborn. Please come forward. Welcome.
How you doing?
Good.
Just as Marvin had said earlier, it's all about family. And I want to thank you, Vice President Reese, Commissioner Dumas, and Driehaus. Again, my name's Otto Wellborn. And I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for the opportunity to support CMF. I've been part of the CMF since 1995. Wow. However, I believe in the importance of continuing supporting not only just the festival itself, but also tourism festivities across this city. So I would strongly urge that we need to continue to support CMF and also the great opportunities that it brings not only for me, but for my family. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the comments that came forward. I'm going to probably go, where's Holly? We're going to, since you were here about the large event grant, she does have a presentation as relates to the large tourism event recommendations. Holly, I know you're listening. Yeah. And so while you're still here, I think you might want to hear this. And then right after that, we're going to do one other proclamation. Can somebody get her, please? Instead of waiting for her to come in. I think it's worth hearing. I think it's worth hearing the recommendations. Yeah, we'll wait on her. Excuse me. Welcome, Holly.
Apologies.
Oh, no, you didn't know what order we were going in, so that's fine. You want to get started with the recommendations?
Holly Chrisman, Assistant County Administrator. I'm here to present on the large event tourism grant recommendations. I also have Alice Bledsoe here. For those of you that may not know, Alice is taking over this program, so she's been a great help, but I want to make sure she's here to help and gets the recognition she deserves. So with that, we'll start the presentation. So as the commissioners are aware, in the 2026 budget, the board allocated $1 million for large tourism event grants. This marks the 5th year for this program. And as you can see here, the goal is to support large tourism events that attract visitors, increase hotel occupancy, and generate measurable economic impact. Applications are evaluated on several factors and criteria, including those that you see on the screen. We do want to make sure these funds go to the largest events that create the most economic impact. So we do have a requirement of at least $40 million in economic impact that's demonstrated and or significant hotel night occupancy. We also ask that they provide a demonstration of financial need and how our funds will be used to either ensure the event is conducted successfully or will increase participation. And you've heard some of the speakers today. We also ask how the event will complement Hamilton County priorities and projects. And of course, just a couple other, must be open to the public. It can be free or charged admission though. And as well, it must be in an accessible location in Hamilton County. We did receive 11 applications. Administration recommends funding the 2 events projected to generate the greatest economic impact, which you can see on the screen, are Blink and Cincinnati Music Fest. And here you can see the rest of the amount requested as well as who the events were. We had a total, as you can see here, of $4.8 million in requests for the $1 million budget. So it was a very competitive year, which again is why we're recommending focusing on the largest events. Blink has roughly $205 million in economic impact. Cincinnati Music Fest, over $107 million. So the next steps on this would be board discussion, and if there is consensus to move forward, we could bring a resolution as early as next Thursday, which would authorize the county administrator to enter into agreements with the grant awardees. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. One quick question. When you talked about the economic impact of Blink and the Cincinnati Music Festival, do you also have for the ones that were not allocated? Do you know, I don't need to know it now, but I'd like to get a list of what their economic impact would be. Do you have it?
We do have what they submitted in their applications, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
why don't you just go on and walk through those? Yeah.
Do you mind putting that slide back up? And again, this is what they put in their application. So we've mentioned Blink and Cincinnati Music Fest. Flying Pig Marathon is, their documentation showed $45.9 million, and that was from their last event last year. WEBN Fireworks, they have a very old study of $20 million. It's from, I think they said about 15 years ago. Black Tech Week is 35 million. Oh, I'm sorry, 23 million in economic impact last year. Black Family Reunion stated 3.4 million. The Impact Cincinnati Expo, which from our understanding is a first-time event, is they estimated it would be about 75 million. Slamology, another new event, they estimated their economic impact to be between 8 and 12 million. The 85th Grand Conclave, estimated minimum of 34 million. Let's see, Drop the Mic. Again, a new event that projected 3,500 attendees, but their application said their economic impact was estimated to be over 30 million. And Cincy Soul, we didn't have an economic impact in there, but I believe they're held during Cincinnati Music Fest historically. Yes. And so they base their attendance on about 65,000.
Thank you for that. I thought I saw Omega Sci-Fi.
I'm sorry, I refer to that as the 85th Grand Conclave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Alice, did you have anything you wanted to say? Okay. Very good. What we'll do, we can open it up for comments if you'd like, and then we'll, at a later date, decide as far as the vote. Vice President Reese, would you like to have a comment about the recommendations?
Yeah, I support the large, and it's key important. I was the one that said add tourism because it's economic development. It's not just large events because we've got a lot of large events. And it's designed, for me, my thought was heads in the beds. We've got a lot of debt. We're getting ready to vote on a hotel that's going to have debt, and it's relying on room nights and heads in the beds. They've got the convention centers. They rely on heads in the beds, and we get no money on Airbnbs. The city of Cincinnati gets money on Airbnbs. Even when we even thought about doing Airbnbs, this place was packed, but people said, no, no, no. So it's very clear to me. Now, this is not a let's pass it around and give everybody an opportunity. This is not that grant. This is strictly on tourism. And the music festival, it was said about the economic impact study is 2017, but I want to say to people that we get a report from Mr. Brugan on how much money did we get from the hotels. Even the Black Music Walk of Fame has a clicker with real numbers. So this is not one we estimate and throw a bunch of numbers around, because we have the data that comes to us, because that's how we make money. How much did you do in rooms that we get? And so, unfortunately, the budget was cut, and all that's going on in Washington, everything's cut. And I'd like to have a lot more money for this. We have Ms. Kilpatrick, who is the interim director, Julie Kilpatrick, that's here today, with the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Now, on this committee that we didn't sit on, the selection, we didn't sit on it, we had, led by Ms. Bledsoe, but she also had someone from the Convention and Visitors Bureau that was on here who has come back with the recommendations. So the people who keep the numbers, the people who book, people who look at the heads in the beds were on this committee. And unfortunately, we just couldn't. It's not a one that you give 10,000 and 2,500. This is not that. We have a smaller event grant that deals with the 10s and the 5s and all that. This is for how do we keep these heads in the beds. Now, there's a lot of competition. People want to try to compete with our music festival. Louisville is jumping up right now. Everybody run down there for Derby Week. They even tried to take one of Joe Santangelo. He had Janet Jackson, and then they ran and got Janet Jackson and had a stadium, and they tried to book. So we're trying to keep the things that we have. Then we have a stadium down there that we said we want more events. Well, the only event that's been there since day one is the music festival. So why would we get rid of an event and then say, let's try to book some events? It doesn't make sense. And if they come in here from Chicago and Indy and Michigan and St. Louis, all these places, that's what we want to keep. We want to expand. We don't want to replace, because we'll never get another music festival again. Now, before I was here, The music festival never got a dime from. They've been doing this out of their own pockets for over 50-something years. And they always say, who's gonna be there? And everybody gets upset about the entertainment, but they don't look at the entertainer's cost. Mary J. Blige, $1.8 million. But we all go down there and put our outfits on. The other thing I like is that we wanna have a music corridor. So with the Black Music Walk of Fame down there, that's free. And then the Paycor Stadium that's over there. And then you've got the Festival 513 right there. We create a music corridor that can compete with any city in the country. And now with Essence falling by the wayside, really not doing well, we got a chance to even get more people. Now that weekend, and Ms. Kilpatrick is here, she can give you the numbers, the hotels triple during the festival. So we say, we got to find out how much money. It's gonna be way more than $107 million because the hotel cost has gone way up and we get a percentage of what the hotel costs. So we gonna go up. They are price gouging these rooms like crazy. Don't even wanna give block room rates. You can't get a hotel downtown less than, I think, if we had the 8th Street Holiday Inn, thank God that's not here anymore, but them and Red Roof Inn wanted $200-something a night. So everybody's making money. Now, we can't take for granted that, oh, they just gonna be here all the time. No, Louisville's after us. St. Louis is waiting for us to break down. And so what I like about the grant is that they include Festival 513, Pastor Boumani's festival. He's been scraping and scratching and doing it on his own, but now he is part of the grant. We now have a Black Music Walk of Fame, and on that event, in 11 minutes, we can't hit capacity. So I'm supportive of it. I've been supportive of others too. I've been supportive of Blink. Blink provides all this international, and I will tell you that in the Black Music Walk of Fame, they put, they put a clicker on the Black Music Walk of Fame. We got to have real numbers. We can't just run out there and say, oh, I think it's clicking every day, every month, every hour, because they want real numbers. And I'll tell you, during Blink, I believe just during the festival of Blink, 17,000 people came through the Black Music Walk of Fame because the clicker showed it. So we have real numbers. Brueggen can pull everybody's numbers that has applied, and I would probably think y'all did that, where you can find who really book hotels. And these were not at discount rates. These are at premium rates. They're not at discount rates. The other thing is I have supported, always support, because I come from tourism, and I was there. I appreciate the press conference of Omega Psi and was happy to meet the head of it. Was happy to meet him. But I took him down to the Black Music Walk of Fame, and he said nobody had told him about it. And he's hit me almost every day saying, hey, we gonna have something down there. I couldn't believe that no one took him down there. No one. And I had to do it. And I'm happy that Mr. Ricky Lewis, who's head of it, said we're going to do something. Now, when you book a convention, because I've done them, and Mr. Dunn has mentioned those, NAACP, I don't believe the county put in any money. I don't remember it when we was doing it. Shriners Convention, I don't remember the county putting in any money back then in those days. Noble, Blacks in Law Enforcement, National Association of Blacks in Law Enforcement, I don't remember. Where the money came in is through the CVB. And so we have our money that comes in through the hotel, and a portion of it goes to the CVB, and that's how they're funded. And then they go out and get private money as well. And my understanding, Ms. Kilpatrick can correct me if I'm wrong, there has to be some money in the DO. I don't know if it's something about $350,000 that CVB got to come up with. So I would like to make sure that the CVB is involved and make sure that the Omegas have what they need through the convention process, like we do with all big conventions that we've done in the past that I've been in. I don't remember the county coming up with $600,000 for the NAACP or the National Urban League or the Shriners Convention. It was all done through the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and I would implore the Convention and Visitors Bureau to please step up and have what the necessary tools for Omega Psi Phi being the only big convention that we're going to have in that convention center. So I wanted to, and I know they've got some rainy day funds and some other funds, but I'm sure they'll be able to work that out. Unfortunately, our budget got cut. Washington ain't got a hold of us. Budget's been cut. We got to go with the top people that bring in money, that bring heads in the beds, and hopefully next time, maybe next year, we can do even more. Because I championed for more, but I didn't win that battle. So I hope we can move forward, because these events have to book and move forward quickly. We are already in the season, and they need to know kind of where we're moving. So I'm hopeful that we can do that. I've got some other examples. I ain't gonna bring them up right now, but if necessary, I will. But the committee met, you have the criteria, and I think that the committee did a good job. Unfortunately, there are some others. Now, there's some others on the list. I did talk to some others, and maybe there's some other things that they could EBM Fireworks, maybe they can partner with the veterans. We got our Veterans Commission. They're doing advertising, they're doing marketing. Maybe they can partner with EBN's 50th anniversary of fireworks. So there may be some other ways that we can help that might not come directly from this particular grant. Our small event grants, I know you haven't made those recommendations. Maybe there's some others that can participate in there. And then those who haven't had an event and then jump out and say 80 million and 75 million, we've got experts that can pull the tapes, pull the receipts, and we've got to go with receipts. So that's what I have to say, and I want to thank the committee. I know you had a hard job, and I have supported Flying Pig last time. That's why I wanted to put more money in, but we had more money, and we just don't have the money this time. So that's what I wanted to say, but certainly support all the activities that have been coming into our county, and thank all of them.
Thank you. Commissioner Driehaus.
Yes, thank you. It appears that we have had more interest in this grant this year than we have had in the past, which to me is good news. I'm glad that people are applying for these grants, that recognize that the county is trying to participate in the economic stack for some of the really big events that happen in this county. When I initiated this 5 years ago, the idea was to create more economic development opportunity in the county. And the grant was meant to provide events, whether they're new or whether they're existing, the ability to expand what they're doing, to promote what they're doing, so that we receive an economic benefit in Hamilton County. That was the whole idea behind the grant, whether it is sales tax, whether it is the hotel motel tax. It's not specific to any revenue source, but rather to the revenue itself coming into the county. And so in the past, this grant has acted to do that. And I've heard from the music festival about how some of the acts can be bigger and better because they've got access to these dollars through this grant. I've heard from Blink about additional installations because they have access to these dollars. And so, and this partnership with county assets, I think, is also very important. We've heard that from folks that have commented to this, and I think when we are applying grant dollars to an event and they in turn recognize and highlight county assets, I think that is a nice win for both of us, for both the county and for the events themselves to expand their footprints. So for me, this grant is about the economic return, the ROI, to Hamilton County, to the city of Cincinnati as well. And so I am looking, and we have not landed anywhere yet, but I am looking for that kind of return. And so it makes sense to me. I understand the recommendation also focused on that. That is why we have the recommendation that we do, that the top two events that generate the most economic impact for the county are the top two that have been recommended. So I completely understand that and appreciate the work of the committee. We'll see if there's any flexibility for anything else. but I do appreciate that. I also fought for more money for this grant. This is something that I think we started at 1.5 in the very beginning, and we've whittled away a little bit as we've gone here, so now we're down to $1 million. That is a product of a constrained budget, and it has played out through everything that we've done in the last budget cycle, and it can be frustrating because we simply don't have the revenues to do all the things we'd like to do, even though they provide economic income to the county. I mean, you got to invest to make money, and we simply are constrained in this budget. And so I too regret that we're down to $1 million, but I think $1 million is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, the idea here is that other jurisdictions, whether they're large events or small events, are investing in these kinds of things in their own communities, whether it's something as big as Blink and the music festival or as small as something, a wine festival in Silverton. It depends on where you are. But we're in partnership with all those jurisdictions, big and small, to try to create some economic activity in these communities. So I appreciate the presentation, Holly, and the recommendations, and you too, Alice. So we will sort through this, and I think we'll have a vote upcoming. I don't know if it's
Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
So more to come. But thank you also to those of you that came in and participated in the conversation with us. I mean, that's how we learn about what the community's interested in. So thank you to all the folks that did public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. I would ask that my colleagues take a look at the policy for next year. This was put in the budget for this year, and Commissioner Reese was correct when she said I abstained from the vote for the large event grant. I couldn't remember that, but consistent at least, because I plan on doing the same thing this year. And the reason why is not because it's not a good concept, but the same groups keep getting the monies. They may have the highest ROI, but I think there are other ones as listed that can provide some economic impact for the county also. It's lots of money. We talked about fiscally being responsible, and what we have in our budget, we know that things are coming down that we cannot control. So I hope that they reach that economic impact that they have submitted to us. We never know, nothing is guaranteed. But I just think now next year, these two entities, I don't want them to think that they're going to get 500 or 600,000 next year. And it's good that they get what they need to do what they need to do. We started this right at the end of COVID, and we wanted to help our arts and entertainment, and we certainly have done that. But I think there are some significant other groups on here that could get some funding if we look at the policy and just spread the money out a little. I thought way at the beginning when they said it had to be a $40 million impact. I remember saying the first meeting, that's just too much for some of these great groups. So that's all I'm going to say on this matter, and we'll be voting on next Thursday for the large event grant.
Can I ask Mr. Aludo before Thursday? I think I wanted to ask him. Now, last year, you found $150,000 to add to River Roots, which I did not support, but you had it when I wasn't here, so I didn't go with it. I want to ask you, before we have the vote, I want you to comb and see, do you have any type of $150,000 or any other money that's laying around? Because it went $150,000 after they came back and said they were going to be a smaller event. And so that's why I'm not for changing the policy. I would like him to find out, and I asked him privately, but I want to do it publicly so my colleagues, because we're not allowed to talk to each other. We only can talk when we're here. I want you to comb and make sure, because there was a vote in October, right before the event, you found $150,000. It's on this. It was voted on in October 2025, October 9th. You found $150,000. Please comb and see if there's anything that we might have additional. available? And if so, let us know before Thursday, if possible. I know Mr. Ludo said he's gonna meet with his staff and look into that, but I did want my colleagues to know that I have asked them to see if there's anything. Anybody owe us some money, any money left over, any of these funds that we have, investment funds and all the funds that we get, because we're able to somehow come up with stuff sometimes. So I asked him to look and see and let us know. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Okay. We'll move on to comments and motions of our commissioners.
Proclamation.
Proclamation.
Okay, let's just go on and do that. Reverend Jesse Jackson recently passed, for those who don't know. The commissioners contacted Jeff over the past weekend to see if we could get the flags flown at half-staff at our county buildings, because the governor is normally the one who would indicate when we can lower the flag. But if it's a county building, we're able to do it, and it will be lowered until March the 7th. I think there is also something going on the 8th, so I'm going to check that. We want it up or down the whole time that the ceremonies are going on. So, and to remember Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, we have a proclamation, and I'd like to, do you have it written down where you're going to do?
He just handed
Okay,
it to me.
you can start out, and then I'll end it. Vice President Reese, if you'd like to start.
Honoring the life and legacy of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. Whereas Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. was born on October 8, 1941, was a monumental figure in the struggle for civil rights and social justice, dedicated his life to advocating for equality, peace, and empowerment of marginalized communities. And whereas through his leadership as a civil rights activist, organizer, and politician, he tirelessly fought against racial injustice and economic inequality while championing the causes of education, healthcare, and voting rights. Whereas as the founder of Rainbow Push Coalition and a key strategist alongside Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Jackson played an instrumental role in advocating civil rights movements that galvanized countless individuals across the nation.
And whereas with unwavering resolve and eloquence, he inspired generations to pursue social change through activism and engagement. And whereas his legacy includes not only transformative advocacy, but also numerous achievements that brought attention to issues impacting African American communities and other disenfranchised populations. And whereas Reverend Jackson's enduring commitment to peace has fostered dialogue amongst diverse groups and promoted unity in pursuit of justice.
And whereas Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. transitioned from his labor to reward on February 17th, 2026. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we honor the extraordinary contributions of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. by lowering flags on all Hamilton County buildings and ask citizens of our county to continue his legacy for striving for equality and justice for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this proclamation honors and celebrates the extraordinary life and lasting impact of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners does hereby declare Friday, March the 6th, 2026, as Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Senior Day in all of Hamilton County. Vice President Reese, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, last week, I know, talked in great detail of the friendship, the mentorship, the training, the family relationship that my family, the Reeses and the Jacksons, have had. And certainly, if we put his entire life, we would have hundreds and hundreds of pages. What I will say is, I communicated, obviously, with his son, Yusef Jackson, let him know that we here in Hamilton County, we're having the flags at half-staff, send a video of our dedications that we had here, and then I wanted to read, even though he's in the midst of organizing the funerals and so forth, and certainly, as we have the Omegas here, he was a proud member of Omega Psi Phi. He was a proud Prince Hall Mason. So there's so many groups I know will be involved. But his son, Yusef Jackson, texts me back and says, "Thank you for sharing this. This is so meaningful to me and my family." So I just wanted to share that the Jackson family is aware of what we're doing here and honoring him in Hamilton County. He won Hamilton County in 1984 and 88 Democratic primaries when it was unbelievable. He couldn't win. And I was there just selling T-shirts, had no idea that I would be sitting up here. But without the Jackson movement of voter registration, mobilization, and encouragement of that I am somebody and I can't keep hope alive and I can't dream beyond my circumstances, I'm sitting here today. I couldn't be here without the movement of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, but his family knows what we're doing and said they are appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Driehaus.
Thank you, and thank you. You know, we did talk about this last week, but it's another good opportunity to remind ourselves about the activism of Jesse Jackson and his ability to push people to think differently about justice and about equality and about everyone's role in providing justice and equality to everybody in our community. And so I had a great deal of respect for Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Coalition that he formed, and am glad that the Hamilton County is responding in this way and making an obvious statement about our respect for him by lowering the flags to half-staff. So thank you.
Thank you. Everything that was said, I agree with, of course, and I'm just proud of the commission doing what we can do to celebrate his legacy. And we will take a picture afterwards with the cover for the proclamation you can send to his son. Okay. Jeff Aludo.
Thank you. We haven't done our comments.
Okay.
There's a lot on the agenda.
It is. Vice President Reese, did you have some comments?
I did. Thank you. I know that I also participate. I know you're going to may talk about it, but I also did participate in the press conference of Omega Psi Phi at our convention center, First National Center, and I got a chance to provide a tour, a founder's tour. I've done about 216 of them now, a founder's tour to Grand Vasilis, I think I said that right, Ricky Lewis, and so it's a big deal because he's from LA. He has the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and he said, "No way, Hollywood has nothing on you guys." So I appreciate that. Also, I had honored to also be out here. I know Commissioner Driehaus will probably talk about it as well. I was at the ribbon cutting, got a chance to speak in Dale High Township for the Hope Cottage. This is another affordable housing for disability project. I want to remind people when they say, what has Hamilton County done for affordable housing? We did $60 million. So someone say, hey, I got to do something bold. 60 million is pretty bold. $60 million, 6 million of it to help people keep the home they got, help them with back taxes and mortgage. When we had the American Rescue money, the others we put into a CDF fund with the CDF fund, and we had three things we wanted. We wanted senior housing, disability housing, and veterans housing, and they are doing it. We've had a number of ribbon cuttings. We had the LAD smart homes that I'm super proud of because it's one of a kind for people with disabilities where they can independently live. People with disabilities should be able to live independently and live in the community that they want to live in. And so this was another one that we did in a partnership. We put about $164,000 into it, representing 44% of the project cost. It was a 4-year project, and we took a house that the priest once lived in many moons ago, and it had just gotten so bad. But they had a vision, and yesterday they opened it up, and people with disability will have an opportunity to live in that house in Delhi Township. So I was happy to be a part of it. Also want to remind people that the 513 relief bus, people say, when is it getting out? When is it coming back? It has helped over 50,000 people, and with medical and economic services, no copay costs, of saving lives, helping people stay in their homes, all kind of things. And it's going to be on March the 4th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and we're kicking off at Corinthian Baptist Church. So everything you want to know about Hamilton County, and it's actionable. Actionable. We're not passing out leaflets. It's actionable, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to hopefully launch our prostate cancer initiative, where we're going to be doing free prostate cancer screenings. And I hear, gentlemen, don't worry, they got a new one. They just do it with your little finger now. You don't have to worry about the other one. So they made it helpful for you, and we're hoping to partner with different organizations and continue that going. Also, I wanted to highlight something I think is important, and I'll talk about when we get to the hotel, I'll talk about that, but I wanted to highlight and put for the record, I received a communication from Jim Downton, who is the president CEO of the Sharonville Convention Center. Many may not be around to remember how we had a how we got a CFA, Convention Facilities Authority, that allowed us to do convention centers downtown and out there. They had to get rid of the Convention and Visitors Bureau in the north. And they said they would agree to it only if they have a voice at the CVB, because they already had their own board, they already had their own budget, they only had their own voice. And that's another thing with this music festival, because I hear the Delta hotels are already booked all the way out in Sharonville. But they have, he had a report, and he said they represent, he says, as you might be aware, the Northern Hamilton County hospitality community, Sharonville and Blue Ash. And I met with Mr. Patel, and he owns the Embassy Suites, and the Shriners just took that over last weekend. They're going to take it over again this weekend in Blue Ash. Are vital partners and drivers of conventions, meetings, and tourism that historically represent an average of 40% of the total annual Hamilton County transit occupancy tax. That's the hotel motel tax. Now, last time when they were doing the convention center, he was very upset because they had left them out. And he showed me an agreement that the CVB had. And this is not under Ms. Kilpatrick, she's new. This is under the old. And they didn't adhere to it. And I met with Jeff and him, and then they adhered to it and then jumped up and said, oh, we're working together. We done discovered them. So they got that part. But now he's saying the other part they believe, okay, he says, recently we were also included with the Ohio Hotel, Motels, and Lodging Association's platform letter that was sent to Visit Cincinnati Board on November of 2025, including recommendations of a board representation from the key stakeholders within the hospitality industry. This OHLA platform letter included the following requests: to include as a voting member general managers of downtown Cincinnati and Sharonville Convention Centers. Currently, both are just officio members. and he wants to be on there. So he has a thing. He says he would like to have a stronger alignment between the facility operations and destination marketing strategy, improve long-term booking competitiveness in a challenging regional market, provide greater accountability for the use of county tourism funding, and strengthen collaboration across municipal and county stakeholders. Now, someone had brought up to me, because I'm in the tourism, that this is mostly public money that goes to the CVB, but we only get 1 seat or 2 seats. Normally, if it's the public money, usually we would control the board. I'm not advocating that today, but what I am saying is here we are again after they promised these folks out there, get rid of your CVB, give us your money, put it in a pot, and now they don't have no voice. Now this doesn't fall under the new Julie. I don't know if it was the old Julie or the before, but I want this corrected because what we've done is gotten rid of people that's in the industry. When I was around, it was the hotel, motel people that was on the board. There were the people that's convention center, people who do this every day. Now they have been known as advisory, ex officio, don't say nothing, just show up and wave, and we grinning. So we got to get this together because they pay taxes, they know this industry, and my goodness, listen to this. 40% of the total Hamilton County occupancy tax is coming from there. Come on. So I'd like to submit this for the record to the clerk, and I would ask Mr. Ludo to work on this. I know the new Julie Kilpatrick and Candace McGraw's handling the board, but I do believe that they should have not a voice from the rafters, but the voice helping guide the ship. And if you bring in 40%, you definitely should have some kind of vote on the board. So I wanted to get that. I know that he has met or will be meeting with each of us because we can't talk. That's why I'm putting it out there because we're not allowed to talk privately. But this has to get corrected. Every time I look around, I get a letter. I will get, and they have an agreement, and I hope the agreement is adhered to. But they need to have a voice, and the hotel community, the hotel ownership should be driving the ship as well. So just wanted to highlight that and put that on the record, and Mr. Ludo to follow up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Driehaus.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I spent some time in Washington, D.C. over the weekend at the National Association of Counties Conference. A lot of conversation about SNAP and what the federal government is doing regarding our allocation to the administration of SNAP, and obviously not good for the counties when the federal government is doing less and expecting the counties to do more in a very tight budget situation. So a lot of conversation about that. There was also conversation about housing and how the federal government has been looking at CDBG dollars and how those are distributed and making sure that Hamilton County is represented in those conversations related to the work we do with CDBG and home dollars to increase affordable housing here in Hamilton County. And so was part of those conversations. I also did some Hill visits with Senators Moreno and Husted and Congressman Warren Davidson and then Congressman Greg Landsman. Very similar conversations about SNAP and housing, but also wanted to make sure that they were aware of the priorities of Hamilton County related to the government. It's the earmarks. I know they're called government-directed spending, congressionally directed spending, which I have a really hard time spitting out because to me they're earmarks. But anyway, made sure that they understood that the regional safety complex is way up on our list. Those costs have risen because of the tariffs that are in place and the cost of steel. And so we are now running over budget because of actions of the Trump administration. And so asking that they help us with that gap funding so that we can complete that project on time. And then talk to them about some of the other regional projects that we're doing here to make sure that they're aware of all the good work of Hamilton County and ask for their partnership when it's reasonable and available to us, because these earmarks are something that four of them participate in, and so we want to make sure that Hamilton County makes it to the list as these folks are putting forward their recommendations. Also went to the ERG Black History Month celebration yesterday. Our ERGs are in full force here in Hamilton County, and so I was really happy to go up there. They had some spoken word. There was a nice group of individuals that are county employees that were participating in it, and they're in support of the ERGs, so very glad to participate in that. Also, went to the Connecting Active Communities Coalition annual meeting. This was a meeting sponsored by the Mill Creek Alliance and the Crown. This was related to bike trails and walking trails, but it was so interesting because many communities were participating in this meeting because the Triangle Trail and the Mill Creek Trail touch so many communities. And so there were folks there from Lincoln Heights, from Sharonville, from Reading, from Springdale, all of whom said that the Triangle Trail and trails that will lead from it and lead to it are such an asset to their communities by way of economic development, by way of community building. People are going to and from grocery stores, and so it was really an exciting thing to participate in. I, of course, talk about the county investment. It's been over $2 million over, I think, the last 4 or 5 years to expand the system so that people who don't generally see that kind of investment in their community see that kind of investment in their community, particularly with the Mill Creek Trail, which touches Millvale and South Cumminsville and the Fairmounts. Those individuals from those communities have walked those trails with those folks that are looking at the design to make sure that the access points to the trail are where the community wants them, and the trail does what they want it to do, which is provide access particularly to the Kroger, which is down the street. It's a safe pathway for them to move around the community. So I was really honored to be there on behalf of Hamilton County and talk about our investment in that, and then listen to all these other communities talk about their investments and their hopes, really, for the expansion of these trails. And then lastly, I went to the Red Brick House ribbon cutting that Commissioner Reese referred to out in Delhi Township. This was a little bit of a different look for our ARPA dollars. We've done a lot of partnering with LAD to provide housing for people with disabilities. This, too, is a 4-unit building that is by St. John's. St. John's out on Neeb Road out in Delhi Township owns the building, and so we're in partnership with them to retrofit that building, which used to be for the pastor. Pastors moved on, and so they're retrofitting this building for people with disabilities. I mean, it's just a beautiful project. The investment was lower than usual because the building was already there, and so it just had to be retrofitted to accommodate people with disabilities in that space. So it was really exciting. There was a nice crowd. The sun was shining, and we got to talk about the county's commitment to people with disabilities. So I was really glad to participate in that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I attended the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity press conference. It's their 85th conclave. Will be held July the 30th through August the 3rd. You want to go after me? Okay. The event is projected to generate nearly $9 million in economic impact and more than 8,200 hotel room nights. Jim Dalton also had the same conversation with me that Vice President Reese was indicating. He's from the Sharonville Convention Center. I am on the board, the CVB board, and plan on talking to the board about his concerns when we have our next meeting. The Ohio Legislative Breakfast was a briefing that United Way had just in the morning a couple days ago for elected officials. Not a lot of elected officials there, but I learned a lot about their 211 system that they have and continue to have and the impact that it's having. This weekend, I attended the Building Futures Cohort 6 graduation on Friday. I spoke there recognizing for the board all these 21 graduates from this great work program. And then on the weekend, Saturday, I attended the Princeton Alumni Dinner recognizing distinguished alumni. For Princeton, I once again want to recognize Charles Wiley, who is my cousin. He was recognized, and If you're watching, shout out to you, Charles. So, and then the Hamilton County State Capital Budget Task Force is meeting right now. I'll be leaving and going over there after this meeting is over to try to finalize all the applications. It was about 84 applications came through for infrastructure from the state. They moved our timeline to get it done, so we're going through, but thoroughly going through the applications, and we'll have, I believe March the 10th is when we have to have all the names in for who we think should receive the monies. And just a note for those that are listening, the legislative delegation luncheon Monday on Monday, March the 2nd, with the commission and our administrative staff. We'll be meeting with some legislative delegation personnel to talk about the priorities and vision of Hamilton County, and also what are they lobbying for us in Columbus. And once again, the State of the County address is March the 3rd at Memorial Hall at 6 o'clock. The doors open at 5. And if I'm not feeling better, maybe I'll have you do it for me. We'll see. But anyway, so that will end my report. I know Vice President Reese, you had a comment you wanted to make.
I'm sorry, yes, I wanted to just highlight the bank's urban design plan. I had gotten a word that our county was going to the Planning Commission. And I got the word this week, and they said, if you got anything, let us know. And I just want to, from a policy standpoint, I want to kind of stop all this last minute stuff. We're starting to have a bad trend and a bad habit. I'm asking for reports a month ahead, and then I get it at 7:45, and we meet at 10 a.m. This urban design, they presented to us. I had a number of questions. I know commissioners had some questions. And that was probably in November. I done had a surgery, been in the hospital, got out the hospital, done celebrated Christmas, New Year's Eve, and now we're back, and I still haven't gotten any answers to the questions, and now I'm told they're going tomorrow to the Planning Commission. I want this stuff to stop. If we're gonna get it, otherwise we're creating what they call shadow government. In other words, we just up here, but there's somebody else that's running everything. I'm against shadow government. So if a commissioner, even if it's not me, if they ask a question, I'm expecting a quick response. Just as quick if the business community call you, a 3C, DC, I want you to move even quicker for the county commissioners who have been elected to be up here. Now, I had some issues. We asked about the height of the buildings, hiding the river. I asked the question, also we asked about some of these free spaces that don't make no money, and got some chairs and some tables and some, we asked about safety concerns. I asked about the Ferris wheel. We got over 100 acres on the banks, and the only place you can put it is across blocking the Freedom Center. I understand they met with the Freedom Center. I understand Woody, who's the CEO, COO, and Elizabeth, who's the CEO of the museum. They didn't like it, but then they said, well, if we throw some money at it, maybe they'll like it. I mean, but is it the right thing to do? That's the only place you can find to put the Ferris wheel. We got over 100 acres, actually 198 acres. And we can't find nowhere else except in front of the Freedom Center. And we asked that question, no answers, and then all of a sudden this week, so from November to now, then they say we're going tomorrow to the City Planning Commission. I want to say that is totally disrespectful and it's totally out of line. Now, this Banks Committee that's been jumping up, we should make the decisions. I'm saying no to shadow government. And the way we've been organizing is that all these groups, quasi-groups, are making decisions on government money, but they never have to face the voters. Nobody elects them, but they're controlling all government money, and that has to stop. So here we are, we asked these questions, and I can't speak for my colleagues. I don't want to say they didn't get back with them, but they did not get back with me. And we did it, we got it, we on camera, we had it. We cannot have these presentations be check marks and just say we did it and we ain't listening. So I would not approve anything being presented tomorrow to the Planning Commission. for an $800 million development, period. That's where I'm coming from. So I wanted to say that. And then the other thing I was told, on the banks, before Washington Way, we done applied for a federal grant, but they may want a $25 million match. I'm not for applying for any grants at this time that requires us to have to put some more money in. We don't have it. That's what we telling everybody. So why we keep applying for stuff and then say, we got it, but you need $25 more million? We might want to put these things on hold till the economy looks better. So, but once again, I was told at the last minute, we applied. Just want to let you know, check the box. And then I said, well, what about, do we got to put anything up? Oh yeah, we'll have to match. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then I want to make sure, I asked Jeff on the banks issue, we got a parking problem. We've got Hilltop lot that we own, and the city now wants us to put a whole lot of money, build it up, and garages and all that. I believe when you go and negotiate with the city, I think we should put all our issues on the table, because I don't see why they would hold us to not giving us, we're gonna go to them about the planning committee about the urban design, but not go to them and say, we wanna be waived for what's gonna cost millions to the taxpayers for the Hilltop lot. It should all be in one package. So I just wanted to put that on the table, but I want this getting to me last, getting to me 24 hours, getting to me the week of, getting to me at 7:45 for a 10 a.m. meeting. It's got to end. It's gonna end. It's disrespectful. So, and I think we had plenty of time to get answers to our questions. So don't send me no email now. Right now, you type an email to me and you meeting tomorrow. I just think that's wrong. So I wanted to put that, and I hope that our policy reflects that that's not how we're gonna do business. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Little, our administrator.
Thank you, commissioners. I don't have any real formal by-leave comments today, other than just want to say thank you, even though her last day was yesterday. I think the commissioners all know Deb Myrie in the budget office. Deb left us as of yesterday. She didn't go far. She's over at the prosecutor's office. Took over a position there that had opened up. It's a nice career move for her. So I just want to wish Deb all the luck in the world and thank her for all the work that she did here for under the administration. The by-leaves, commissioners, actually by-leave, there's two by-leaves in your packet today. By-leave 1 is actually a resolution that the board would consider potentially following one of the executive sessions. By-leave number 2 is an appointment. I'm happy to do it, Commissioner, but if you'd like to do the appointment,
I'd be happy to do it, yes. By-leave 2 is a resolution appointing a member to the Economic and Community Support Advisory Council, Nitty Bambino Beatty, some call him Beatty. Are there any comments?
No, I just want to thank him for serving. Thank you.
Yes,
Just thank
Commissioner.
you for his service to this commission.
Thank you so much. I'll make a motion to adopt by-leave 2.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse?
Yes.
thank you, commissioners. No further by-leaves.
Well, what about 1? We're not going to do that. We're going to do that in executive
Number 1
session.
would be for board consideration after
the executive session.
Correct.
Okay. So we have our engineer who is back. Thank you.
He is back again. 3 items today. The first item is the bid award for the 2026 resurfacing program, Project 502-602. This is for roads in Anderson, Coleraine, Harrison, Sycamore, and Sims Townships. Approximately 10.5 miles of roadways that we're going to repave. We opened bids on January 15th. Our engineer's estimate was just over $5 million. And fortunately, the bids came in low. Low bid was $4,444,295, 12% below the engineer's estimate. Funding will come from the Road and Bridge Fund, Permissive Auto, and the city of Harrison will be reimbursing us for a portion that is in the city. with an estimated completion date of November of this year. Item number 2 is a resolution appropriating property for the purpose of public use to enable the county to proceed with constructing the Fields Erdel Road improvement, Macaulay and Conray. This is located in Sycamore and Sims Townships. The final establishment hearing was conducted back in June of 2024. This is parcel 21SH and 21T. Funding, it will come from Permissive Auto in the amount of $47,340. We did get an ODOT grant on this, which will reimburse us 80% of that. Item number 3 is a resolution appropriating property for the purpose of public use, again for the Fields Erdel intersection project. This is parcel 16SH and 16T. Funding coming from Permissive Auto funds in the amount of $49,004, and 80% of that will be reimbursed back by an ODOT grant.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments?
No.
Any questions? Okay. I make a motion to adopt 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner.
Commissioners, I'll take item number 4, if that's okay.
Commission Administrator, you don't usually put that, but anyway, go ahead, yeah.
Thanks, Commissioners. Item number 4, this is a resolution authorizing the exemption and redirection of the county transient occupancy tax related to the Convention Center Hotel. Just a bit of overview on this item. So as the board is aware, redevelopment of the county's convention district has been a long-standing priority for the Board of County Commissioners going back to the mid-2000s. So we're here today after a long process that began really back in 2017 with planning for the acquisition and the demolition of the Millennium Hotel. And I do have a slide. Christy, if you could throw that up. In January of 22, the board directed the administration to implement a strategy to revitalize the convention district, including developing a new headquarter hotel, improving the convention center, developing a compatible use for the former Millennium site, and doing all of this with a focus on inclusion. To that end, we did on November 21st of 2025 cut the ribbon on the Elm Street Plaza outside of the convention center. On January 7th, we did the same related to the renovated convention center, and we did that with a project that brought in or that was accomplished using 22.5% MBE procurement, 13.7% WBE, and 61% union participation. So, Commissioners, that brings us today then to the next step in the process, which is a resolution before you, as I mentioned, authorizing several actions to facilitate development of a new headquarter hotel. We've provided several updates to the board on this process over the past year, culminating with a review of the financing package last Tuesday. It's my understanding that the city voted yesterday to approve a mirror version of this resolution, and that's what's on your agenda today. I'm going to turn it over to Holly here quickly to walk through the elements of the resolution. I do just want to take a quick moment, however, to recognize, I think there's a few folks in the audience related to this. I know Julie Kirkpatrick is here from Visit Cincy. Caitlin Felvis with 3CDC is here, and Reed Scott with Portman Development is here as well. So I want to thank them for their participation, partnership, and for being here today. Holly?
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Commissioners. Happy to be here again to talk about this exciting project. And it's really been a team effort and a team sport over the past, as you can see, 4 or 5 years with the city, county, Visit Cincy, 3CDC, and of course now Portman Holdings. So the resolution before you today, as we've previously discussed, exempts the county's transient occupancy tax at the new headquarter hotel and redirects it and pledges it to the payment of revenue bonds. It authorizes the county administrator to execute the hotel development agreement documents. It authorizes the county administrator to execute the cooperative agreement with the port city, county, for issuance and sale of the revenue bonds. So again, happy to answer any questions as well as any of the partners that are here today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Holly. I'll open it up for questions or comments. Vice President Reese.
Yeah, well, I would say that it's been a long journey to get here. And I just want to remind how we started. It started off with, we need a hotel. We got rid of an 800-room hotel. And, I don't know, $52+ million. I'll be honest with you, I'm not happy that what we got in exchange was the Elm Street Plaza that will become a Fountain Square Part 2. And we don't make any money off of it. We then said, okay, they're gonna go across the street to where we had parking. And I disagree that, I feel it's very difficult to park down by Convention Center now. And a lot of people do want surface parking so they can get in and they can get out. And so we're gonna take that parking, and I had asked, they're gonna put it in a hotel. I said, well, since that's owned by the Port Authority, that property, can we get something tied to, because I know, and I appreciate Mr. Ludo, what you put in here, we're gonna have some MBEs and WBEs, and we're gonna have the union, but that's a one-time. The building will be here for 30 years. So they get a one-time commitment to build it, and then they go away. And then the hotel is there, or the convention center is there. And I was interested in tying it to the ownership of the property. I remember at one time, the African American Chamber, there was an article, I believe in the Business Courier, about how can they own the property, have some kind of ownership to the deed. And I'm at a point now where I'm looking at deeds now, because deeds go past the people that's here, because we're doing 30 years, we're doing 30-year deals. So we weren't able to get that, but I also pushed that we got to get the hotel up. You can't sell any conventions and you don't have a headquarter hotel. Then there was presentations here that said we're gonna get an 800-room hotel. And they said, Commissioner Reese, you crazy. They wrote all, Lisa Reese doesn't know what she's talking about. Commissioner Reese doesn't know. We're gonna get that 800 rooms. It's on tape. You can go back and find one of those tapes. We didn't get it. Then we had the World Cup say, if you don't have the headquarter hotel, we're leaving. I said, we got to get this headquarter hotel. Well, it was important, but then we didn't get the World Cup. We told them, in fact, I got an article right here, new convention headquarter hotel could be open as late as 2025. I'm in 2026. Now we're talking 2 years from now before the hotel gets up. In the meantime, and I just want to make sure, sometimes the idea takes so long that it's outdated before we even build it. Convention Center is outdated. It needs to be expanded before we can even get it upgraded. And so while we're doing that, Louisville announced 1,000 rooms. They're going to up the ante. They're going to get up. Indianapolis jumps up. We got rooms. So by the time we build, I want to make sure whatever we're building, we're not going to miss the mark. And that's why I was saying we got to get the hotel. They got 800 rooms in Indiana. Scheduled to open late 2026. If we had stayed on our timeline with the hotel and had stayed focused, these entities would not have beaten us to the marketplace. And I think I have to make sure that that is said. They kept telling me we're gonna have hard hats on, we're gonna have shovels, all that we never did. And now we're talking 2 years from now, and we got a convention center, but no rooms to sell with the center. That makes it tough for the CVB to sell something. So I wanted to highlight that. The other thing, then, we applied for some state money. This is when it got real hot and heavy. We applied for some state money, and I found, they told us 800 rooms, but then when I found the paperwork, they was down at 600. I said, wait a minute, what are we gonna do 600? Well, if we don't do 800, they're gonna penalize us. But you said you was gonna do 800, so why would you do 600? And it got real hot. That's when it got hot. Because I said, you said one thing, but your paperwork's saying something different. and we can't sell that to the taxpayers. So today I'm not completely happy because we didn't get 800, but I think by asking the questions, keeping the heat on, we got 700. And because of that, I know that in negotiation, you don't get everything you want. And I want to say that to outside entities. Don't come in here talking about rubber stamping. You don't get everything you want. And we don't get everything. That's negotiation. And for some reason, we've lost that in the last several years in this town. We've lost that. It's one group that doesn't have to face the voters, hiding behind the curtain and trying to pull the strings for the group who does have to get voted on. So with that, I don't have everything I want, but I know we got to have a headquarter hotel. We can't even get out the gate competitively if we don't have it. So I am going to support it, but I want on the record, so 11 years and 20 years from now, everything that we have in the TOT, transit occupancy tax, all the debt, the convention centers, the CVB, the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame, all that got to be voted on every year. And what we getting ready to vote on is 30 years, no matter who's sitting up here, their hands are tied. I want to make sure that the debt in the top is made sure that we're able to pay for it. Now, I hear these experts have come in and said we'll be able to do it. We're going to have a 4% increase, and I'm going to take a informed risk of believing them. But I want in the record that Commissioner Alicia Reese on this date said that she wants to make sure all the debt in the TOT and the waterfall is paid for so that we don't have to increase any taxes on the people. The other thing that I had said in here is that I didn't want us to have to write a check. We didn't have the money. And today we are not writing a check. What we're doing is leveraging future funds, future revenues that will be in that hotel. People who stay there will help pay for the hotel. So in the compromise, I wanted 800, I got 700. I saw some said 600, but we got 7 now. We're going to break ground hopefully this week. I asked for who's going to be over the hotel. I kept asking, what's going to be the chain? What's going to be the chain? We now have it's Marriott, I believe. And because of those things and the fact that we can't make it in the marketplace without it, I will support it today. So just wanted to say that. And thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Driehaus.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be here today and put a period on some of what we've been working on for so many years. This conversation started many years ago when we were trying to figure out how to get more conventions to come to Cincinnati. That's when it started. And we knew that we needed an expansion of the exhibit space. We knew that we needed a retrofit of the convention center itself. And we knew that we needed a decent headquarter hotel where people wanted to stay. And we didn't have any of that. And so we did a study, and the CVB was a large part of it. The business community was a large part of it. City, county participated in it. And we decided with limited resources to prioritize those projects. And so the first priority, the first domino to fall, was getting control of the Millennium site. Without that, we would not be sitting here today. The county made that investment. It was entirely our investment with the help of the port. And we knocked down that hotel. It was an eyesore. People did not want to stay there, and got control of that space, because what we learned from the hoteliers and the convention people was they wouldn't come here with that hotel standing. They were unwilling not only to not have conventions here, but the hoteliers said, we're not building any hotel next to the Millennium. That's got to go. And so we made that move. And then the city of Cincinnati obviously got involved when we moved across the street to the convention center to do that retrofit. That was a partnership between the city and the county, because we knew that the retrofit had to happen first before any expansion. Now, we haven't talked about the expansion in this agreement because it's not part of the agreement, but in the future, I know that we are hoping collectively to have some expansion of the exhibit space so that we can continue to get larger and better conventions in the community. But as I like to say, one thing at a time. We simply can't afford all of this all at one time. And in addition to that, conversations have now changed about where that might go, because we're going to have some space free up to the west of the convention center due to the bridge construction. So it's actually a great opportunity for us to think a little differently about how that expansion might take place. And then we said, all right, so we've got the renovation, we've got control of the Millennium site. Where do we go now for the hotel? We need a top-of-the-line hotel across the street for the convention center. And Portman Holdings is our partner in this, along with the Port and 3CDC in the city. And we are going to have a spectacular hotel. We've seen the renderings, 700 keys, which is great. That is what, from what I understand, what the market is demanding right now and will be demanding in the future. And so that was the reason for the 700. And so we're excited about that partnership, but the financing was challenging. I mean, it's a very expensive proposition. And so the city and the county and the state have all participated in this financial stack to make this happen. And it's tight. It's been very tight. But because of our investment over at the Millennium site and our investment in the convention center, we said we would prefer to not put cash in, because we really don't have those kinds of resources, but rather participate in an incentive with the TIF. So allow for this economic development tool to be used to generate revenue to pay back the bonds on the new hotel without the county having to put any cash in. And so that's what we've got in front of us today. Gives us the ability to enter into the agreement. City of Cincinnati has done the same thing. And so once again, we're in partnership with the city to the benefit of the hotelier, who will come in and build this fantastic hotel across the street. And then we will have many of the pieces in place. And we have already seen that we're getting bigger and better conventions in this community because of the investments we've already made. So I am very much in support of this and look forward to continued collaboration with all the partners, particularly Portman Holdings, who's in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. I've asked many questions that have been answered. I am in support of this, and if you've been listening to our meetings from week to week, you've noticed that we're trying not to have to put money into projects, but if there's another creative way that we can do that, and I think this is one. So I am also in support of item 4. Did you? Yes. I
meant to ask this question. I know Todd Michaels here, I believe, here with the IBW, and you had mentioned unions and minority businesses are participating. I know this is a private, and this will be a private project. I just want to ask Mr. Little if he could address that. I know we all might have gotten an email on it. And then also, if you can also address why the contract says an LLC and not Portman by name, that would tangle up other properties. Can you just answer those 2 quick questions?
Got it. So, Holly, can you? So there are in the development agreement there are criteria related to inclusion. Holly, can you read through that?
Yep, I'm pulling it up right now. In the
I
meantime,
have it right in front of me. I just want to make sure we're reading from the document as opposed to me going from memory.
while I'm doing that, Reed Scott is also here to answer the question about the LLC question. But the hotel development agreement in terms of inclusion, best efforts to achieve 20% MBE and 10% WBE with an aspirational goal of 25% and 15% respectively. And best efforts to achieve goal of awarding 60% of primary trade contracts to union contractors.
So 60% out of 100%. Okay.
You okay?
Yep. And hey, thank you everybody for having us here today. Regarding the LLC name, I believe it's Cincinnati CHOH LLC that you're referring to. That is just the project-specific ownership entity that we create, typical in real estate projects for ownership of a specific asset versus collectively being under Portman Holdings, since we will have above LLC partners that come in and flow into a common investment group and can invest in that specific opportunity.
I just wanted to make sure, because we had the situation with Millennium. So this hotel will not produce any revenue. We won't see revenue for 30 years. That's an old hotel. So if we have another situation, I wouldn't want it just to be a shell. I want to make sure it's not going to be a shell or LLC because it doesn't say Portman. Who would we go after?
You would work through the LLC and the project-specific investment group. And there will be revenue coming off the hotel in way of sales taxes and other things. It's the TOT taxes that are specifically going to back the bonds that will be issued to help support the project financing.
Yeah, no, we understand people with sales tax, but what the point was, I asked them, when would we see revenue? I asked your people when we see revenue, and they said 30 years. So I just want to make sure if we have a millennium situation, obviously none of us will be around, but here, in terms of here, we'll be on the earth, hopefully, but not around here. Who do we go after? Because when they do an LLC, they're protecting themselves. So Portman, we won't be able to go after Portman. We've been hearing Portman, but our agreement is with a LLC. So I just wanted to make sure I'm okay as I move forward on that part.
Absolutely. Caitlin Felvis with 3CDC. I'm sure Mr. Ludo can elaborate on this as well. There's a number of provisions throughout the agreement related to the control of the LLC and approval rights associated with a change in control, a transfer of the property, a number of items like that can help step in to ensure that, the public parties can deal directly with the parent organization, as well as some indemnifications and guarantees that are being delivered directly by the parent organization, and as well as some operating covenants and other controls that would step into place if there is in fact an operating covenant violation related to what happened with the Millennium. I think both the city and the county have been very diligent in trying to come up with Millennium prevention tools within the development agreement to ensure that something like that does not happen again, where the public party's hands are completely tied.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly, you had mentioned about the aspiration of the 60% union. I've gotten lots of calls and emails from the union. Can you? And I'm just wondering, why are they assuming or thinking, we haven't passed this yet, but once we pass it, why are they assuming?
I haven't seen those emails, so I don't, if you could forward them to me, I can get an answer for you, but I haven't seen those, so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Will do. Okay. With nothing, did you want to say something, Jen? Okay. I make a motion to adopt item 4.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll move on to consent agenda items. Jeff.
Thank you, Commissioners. The consent agenda starts with item 5 in your packet. Item 5 is a resolution approving a policy on sales tax exemption and reimbursement. This sounds bigger than it is. This is an internal policy for reimbursing employees when they have to procure things with personal funds for county purposes and how those reimbursements occur. Item number 6 is a resolution approving a policy on the deposit of public monies. This is another just best practice internal control policy relating to the timing requirements, the county's policy, the timing requirements for the deposit of county funds. So in other words, when a department receives funds in at the counter, how long they have to hold it before they deposit it, et cetera. Item 7, Commissioners, is the actions of the administration for January of 26. Item number 8 is a resolution authorizing a consolidation plat for recordation on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. Commissioners, this relates to the parcel consolidation at the Regional Safety Complex, the property swap that we had done with Great Parks. We now have 3 separate parcels out there that the board owns that we just want to consolidate into one. Item number 9 is appropriating a grant agreement through the Sheriff's Office for $202,000. This is for the disposal, a program for the disposal of Schedule 4 drugs in the Sheriff's ownership. Item number 10 is the purchase of a 2026 Ford Escape on behalf of Planning and Development for $31,489. Item number 11 is accepting and recognizing sales tax paid by Developmental Disability Services and authorizing its release at $243.34. Item number 12 is accepting various purchase orders for Hamilton County and authorizing their execution at $1.1 million. This includes a couple of projects at the stadiums, including an elevator at GABP and equipment in the visiting locker room at Paycor. Item number 13, I'm sorry, I wasn't.
You wanted me to do 13.
Yes, thank you.
Talked about.
Yes.
Item 13, resolution amending the employment agreement of County Administrator Jeffrey W. Aluto, $238,715.40.
Thank you, Commissioner. Item number 14 is, we get into our JFS items. The first is the renewal of an agreement with LifeStart, Inc. for foster care family placement services at $100,000. Item number 15 is a renewal of an agreement with Changing the World for independent living services at $100,000. Item number 16 is a resolution authorizing a single source agreement with Christian Children's Home of Ohio, doing business as Safe Harbor, Ohio, for residential treatment services, $100,000. Item number 17 is authorizing an original agreement with Gateway to Success for group home services, $300,000. Item number 18 is a resolution authorizing an agreement with My Brother's Keeper Therapeutic Home for Youth for group home services at $600,000. Item number 19 is a resolution authorizing a renewal of an agreement between the board and Adonai's Haven for Rest, LLC, for group home services at $500,000. And item number 20 is the execution of an agreement between the board, JFS, and the county clerk of courts for child support enforcement 4D child support case filings at $23,536. Those items total $1.72 million under JFS. And then we have a sheriff's item, Commissioners. This is reporting no objections to 2 liquor permit applications, one on Hamilton Avenue and the other on Montgomery Road. That is your consent agenda, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments as it relates to the consent agenda, Vice President?
No questions, no comments.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on item number 5 caught my attention because it says sales tax exemption. And so I did ask the administrators for some clarity on this. But to be clear, this is not what we're used to seeing at the state level, which is sales tax exemption as a tax break for somebody. That is not what this is. And so I just wanted to be clear on that point. And then item 13 is the adjustment for Administrator Aluto. And I just want to highlight my support for this and recognize that the administrator is doing a very good job on behalf of the citizens of this county, and this is in recognition of that work. Thank you.
Thank you. I also would like to highlight item 13. There was the evaluation conducted that we do yearly as it relates to our administrator, and I'm very pleased at the performance that he has given the board. And also for JFS, the items that were in there would make us the total was about $44,320,000 currently, and we're still in February as far as expenditures. Okay,
Madam President, if I could just correct one item. There's actually 3 liquor permit applications. There is another one on Coleraine Avenue. So just wanted to make that correction.
Okay, thank you. I make a motion to adopt items 5 through 21.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse?
Yes.
Thank you. We have some executive sessions. Executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G4 to discuss collective bargaining. And also executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 2122G8 to consider and to negotiate for economic development assistance. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to adopt by leave one.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Before we do that, let me just say what by leave one is for whoever might have been sitting in their kitchen waiting for us to come back. So, by leave one is a resolution approving the report of the fact finder and State Employment Relations Board case number 2025 MED 090944 regarding maintenance, repair workers, and groundskeepers in the facilities department. So I make a motion to adopt by leave one.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Yes.
Second. I know, if you guys don't stop, I'm asking a question. The second that you gave, before I gave the explanation, do we need another second, was the question? Okay, thank you. I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Yes. All right.
We really wanted to have a good quality filming while we were doing this. I believe they're going to do some Facebook Live, and hopefully that'll come through. This happens a lot right before our meetings, but I don't want to hold all of you. So this is our legislative meeting of February the 26th. We always start our meeting with a silent prayer and a pledge of allegiance. If you could just take a moment for a silent prayer. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If we could introduce ourselves, that would be great.
Christy Rischel, Assistant Clerk.
Leslie Hervey, Clerk to the Board.
Hamilton County Commission Vice President Alicia Reese.
County Commissioner Denise Dreehouse.
Jeff Alito, County Administrator.
Patrick Dressing, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney.
Stephanie Summerall Dumas, President of the Board. Our next order of business, I make a motion to approve the minutes of the previous session.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Yes.
So we have several proclamations today. I would like to do at least two of them right now. And we're going to start out. Our first proclamation is David Burrier. Is he here? Please come forth. Welcome. We're going to read the proclamation. I say a few words, and then, of course, you can say a few words, okay?
Okay. Hamilton County Board of Commissioners proclamation honoring David Burrier upon his retirement for Hamilton County Stadia and Parking. Whereas David has faithfully and honorably served as a security specialist too at Paycor Stadium with Hamilton County Stadia and Parking, dedicating 25 years to ensuring the safety, security, and operational integrity of one of the region's premier public venues. Whereas David has served during football games for the Cincinnati Bengals, as well as during numerous special events, concerts, and large-scale gatherings, consistently demonstrating vigilance, professionalism, and sound judgment in high attendance and high-pressure environments. Whereas throughout his tenure, David has demonstrated exceptional dedication to public safety, emergency preparedness, and crowd management, helping to ensure a safe and secure experience for fans, staff, players, performers, and visitors alike.
And whereas Dave has been trusted and reliable and a mentor, fostering a culture of accountability, respect, and collaboration with the Security Division, and whereas Dave's loyalty, integrity, and calm leadership under pressure have left a lasting and meaningful impact on Hamilton County's Stadia and Parking and its partners. And whereas after 25 years of distinguished service, Dave has chosen to retire, concluding a career marked by dedication, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to protecting the public.
And whereas Hamilton County Stadium and Parking and the Cincinnati Bengals wish Dave continued success, fulfillment, and happiness in all his future endeavors. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that on behalf of the citizens of Hamilton County, the Board of County Commissioners of Hamilton County does hereby recognize and commend Dave Burrier for his faithful years of service in stadium security, public safety, and extends its sincerest gratitude and congratulations, along with best wishes for good health and happiness in the years ahead. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim Friday, February the 27th, 2026, as Dave Burrier Day in all of Hamilton County. I would like to say 25 years is a long time for anything. So I congratulate you and I thank you for all the work and all the dedication as was indicated in the proclamation. Once again, thank you. Vice President Reese.
Yeah, just thank you for your service, not only at your job at Paycor, but I want to thank you for your service for serving our country as a veteran. So thank you so much.
Yes, I'm delighted to be recognizing you here today. Dave brought his posse here, all over here, team members down at the stadium. So thank you all for being here too to help us celebrate. So it was mentioned in the proclamation, but the stadium is a behemoth. It's hard to manage. The crowds are hard to manage. There's a lot going on down there. And to do that for 25 years, as you have, is really commendable. So thank you so much for doing that on behalf of the citizens of the county.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Just that I'm honored. I've enjoyed my time there. It's part of the reason why I was there for 25 years is I absolutely loved it.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you. We're going to come down and take a picture with you.
Okay.
Right here. There we go. There we go. Got it?
Okay. We have one additional proclamation. Vice President Reese, if you'd like to start.
Let me find it. Are they here? Should he come forward, Jeffrey?
Okay.
Yes, he's right
Yeah,
here.
okay.
Come on forward, Jeffrey.
Yeah. I'm not feeling well.
Korf.
Von
Korf. I want to make sure I get it right. Hamilton County Board of County Commissioners proclamation honoring Jeffrey Von Korf upon his retirement from Hamilton County Stadium Parking. Whereas Jeffrey Von Korf has faithfully and honorably served as the Facilities Maintenance Manager for Hamilton County Stadium Parking, dedicating 25 years to the maintenance, safety, and operational excellence of Paycor Stadium. Whereas over the course of his distinguished career, Mr. Von Korf has supported more than 250 Cincinnati Bengal games and over 50 major concerts, ensuring the stadium was prepared, operational, and event ready for hundreds of thousands of patrons. Whereas Mr. Von Korf has demonstrated unwavering commitment through wind, rain, flooding events, and even a hurricane, consistently leading facility operations with resilience, professionalism, and steady leadership under challenging conditions. You were dedicated.
And whereas throughout his tenure, Mr. Von Korf has overseen critical maintenance, repairs, renovations, contractor coordination, and infrastructure improvements safeguarding the integrity of one of the region's premier public venues. And whereas he has led maintenance staff with integrity and accountability, fostering a culture of teamwork, reliability, and excellence within Hamilton County stadia and parking. And whereas his dedication, technical expertise, and tireless work ethic have left a lasting legacy on Paycor Stadium and the countless events and community experiences held within its walls.
And whereas, after 25 years of distinguished service, Mr. Von Korff has chosen to retire, concluding a career marked by loyalty, perseverance, and unwavering commitment to public service. And whereas Hamilton County Stadia and Parking and the Cincinnati Bengals wish Mr. Von Korff continued success, good health, and happiness in the future. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that on behalf of the citizens of Hamilton County, the Board of County Commissioners of Hamilton County does hereby recognize and commend Jeffrey Von Korff for his faithful years of service and extends his sincerest gratitude and congratulations, along with best wishes for years ahead. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hamilton County, Ohio, does hereby proclaim Sunday, March the 1st, 2026, as Jeffrey Von Korff Day in all of Hamilton County. Thank you so much. Did somebody do that to you to keep you to stay or something? Yeah. But once again, I want to thank you for your service and your commitment. Thank you so much. Vice President Reese.
Wow, I'm just looking at, we're just losing two people, 25 years of knowledge and experience that has gone beyond the call of duty. Because when you say the tornadoes hit, everybody's running. We're running away and you're running in. So thank you again for your dedication and your service.
Yeah, I ditto a lot of the same remarks, same posse. It's so interesting that you're part of the same team, but there's additional members of the Von Korff team with his wife and his two kids. So I just want to recognize that they're in the audience. Thank you for your dedication. It's really remarkable. 25 years at the stadium and parking is really remarkable. So thank you so much.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just couldn't have done it without all of these people and my family.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
We all need support. Thank you.
And you, of course.
You know.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
It takes a team. Thank you.
Yeah. We're going to come down and take a picture with you.
Thank you.
And then we'll also have your family be part of it.
Great. Got it. right here, family camera. And then county camera. Thank you so much. Oh, one more?
Okay. We have another proclamation. We have another proclamation we'll be doing in just a little bit. We have quite a few comment cards. What I'm going to do first, let them get out and celebrate. What I'm going to do first, with your patience, Eric Beck is our engineer. We have a public hearing. It'll take a couple minutes, and then we'll have everyone speak.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is a public hearing for the 2025 sidewalk replacement program, which is project number 502601. This has an estimated cost of $57,024, which calculates out to about $22 per square foot of sidewalk replaced. This will be funded completely by the Hamilton County Engineers Road and Bridge Fund. Inspection and notification letters were sent out to property owners in July of 2025, giving them 90 days to repair the sidewalk on their own. If they have not done that, then we put that into this contract. Notifications for this public hearing were sent out on February 6th to all affected property owners. And the purpose of this hearing is to allow the property owners an opportunity to speak about the quantities and costs of the repairs that were sent to them. We have a second hearing scheduled in March, and should these hearings be closed favorably, it will direct the engineer to proceed with bids solicitation. So this allows the public to make any comments on this.
Is there any public here for the public hearing to speak? Thank you, Vice President Reese. Did you have any comments?
No comments.
Commissioner Dreehouse. Okay. Thank you. We'll see you in March. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to go with the order I was given for comments. Mr. Jason Dunn is here to speak. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you with several of our executive officers of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and just wanted to offer some input on who we are as an organization and where we are coming this July in Cincinnati. My name is Jason Dunn Sr. I serve as the Deputy Grand Marshal of the 85th Grand Conclave of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. I bring greetings on behalf of our Grand Marshal Stanford Williams and our International Grand Basileus Ricky Lewis. For 115 years, Omega Psi Phi has stood on the principles of manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift. And in July 26, we will bring our 85th Grand Conclave to Hamilton County at the First Financial Convention Center. We are projecting more than 25,000 attendees and an economic impact of $34 to $48 million. 17 hotels are already secured, demonstrating our firm commitment to this county and its downtown partners. But what makes this moment different is not just the scale, it is an intentionality. Commissioner Reese, in 2004, you took me under your wing and you taught me the business of tourism. You told me to make Cincinnati the place to be and involve the community. Then you said, Dunn, we are counting on you. Never forget those words. Never forget that. Commissioners Summer Dumas and Dreehouse and Bishop Hilton and Jackie, you all witnessed and worked over the years as we helped bring major national organizations to this city at my tenure working for Visit Cincy, as well as Mr. Jeff Olodo. Because of that consistent record of local engagement, intentional inclusion, and authentic impact, Omega Psi Phi chose Cincinnati. Our local host chapter, Beta Iota, is 100% registered to vote, civically engaged men and who live, work, and serve right here in San Bernardino County. Through our Omega Uplift activations, we intentionality drive spending to small minority-owned businesses, cultural institutions, and neighborhood entrepreneurs. Our free public programming at Fountain Square and Elm Street Plaza during the 4 days that we're here, 11 a.m. to midnight, is designed to bring residents and visitors together and expand economic participation beyond the convention center walls. We're asking for your support as we bring our 85th conclave here to Cincinnati and have programming on Fountain Square and Elm Street open to the public and free. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'm going to go through all the large tourism cards before we go to something different. Leslie Mooney. And just to let the audience know, there will be a presentation after comments as it relates to the large tourism grant. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I'm Leslie Mooney. I'm the Executive Director and Vice President of Blink. And I just wanted to say thank you to the administration for the thorough review of the applications, of which I'm sure there were many, for recommending funding support for Blink in 2026. We deeply value Hamilton County's partnership and leadership in advancing transformative, tourism-driven events in our county. As you are aware, Blink is a completely free, accessible public art festival that welcomes audiences from every demographic and neighborhood. It is one of the most visible and inclusive cultural public art events in the United States, with a 2026 goal of being radically welcoming. This year, we had nearly 800 applications from artists all over the world, representing more than 50 countries and states from all different ethnic, racial, and gender backgrounds. The total production cost of Blink is approximately $8 million, with a financial goal to break even, not generate a profit. As a free public art event, nearly all funding comes from contributions, sponsorships, gifts, and grants. Public investment helps ensure that the festival remains free and accessible to all. We look forward to working with the county once again to recognize your contribution through premium event-wide recognition before, during, and after the festival, prominent branding across the website, social, print materials, event signage, interstitial projection graphics on high-visibility installations. And our most exciting partnership opportunity comes with Hamilton County, centered around the Black Music Walk of Fame, where we will create a 4-night immersive celebration of light and music worthy of the Walk of Fame inductees themselves. The installation will be prominently featured on the Blink Zone map, maximizing visibility and awareness. And this partnership really highlights Hamilton County's commitment to cultural vibrancy, heritage, and inclusive storytelling. Through all of this, the millions of attendees and a global audience who directly associate Blink with Hamilton County and making this possible. Your investment ensures Blink remains free, world-class, and accessible while elevating key county assets on an international stage. We look forward to continuing this positive partnership and delivering a transformative 26 festival together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe Santangelo. Couldn't see you behind the podium.
Hi, my name is Joe Santangelo. I'm the producer of the Cincinnati Music Festival. This year it'll be July 23, 24, 25, and we are performing all 3 days this year at Paycor Stadium. The Thursday night event we're doing in the new lounge, which will be completely refurbished by then, and then the Friday and Saturday nights at the stadium. The Friday and Saturday night stadiums will be our 39th and 40th concerts at Paycor Stadium over the years. I think the only one that does more than that is the Bengals. So anyway, we're very honored to be considered for a tourism grant. We feel that because I would say somewhere between 80 and 85% of our audience is from out of town, that we get such extreme hotel usage, and that I think that we are the #1 hotel weekend in the city, and we feel that with everything that goes on around the festival, we feel that we contribute greatly to the Black Music Walk of Fame. We have a wonderful event planned for that this year. We have like I said, the Thursday night at the stadium, and we are subject, I don't know what people are talking about when they say prices aren't going up, because for us, they're going through the roof. The artists are just keep asking for more and more, and we definitely can use help to keep this event in Cincinnati, which I think is like one of the cornerstone events for Hamilton County. So I appreciate your support and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sister Kelly.
Does this one come down far enough?
Does that come down far enough?
It might.
Okay.
Let's see.
There it is. Okay, thank you. first off, thank you to all of the commissioners, everybody here today. Thank you so much. I'm just coming to say that the Cincinnati Music Fest is a part of the fabric of Cincinnati. Over 60 years, just about, the Music Fest has been here, so it's generational. In the Music Fest, what I found to be just lovely is that the group took the time to create a program to work within the community and work with people of various abilities as well.
You can't hear.
Hold on one second. Sorry. You can't hear it. Well, can that mic be moved just one? Hold on, because we want to be accessible. And then she's not on camera. Can you get to where does she need to be on camera?
Mic check.
Move closer. Come up, Sister Kelly.
Sister Kelly.
Can you see her now without cutting her head off? We're accessible. We want to be. I don't see her on camera. It was 1 second. I want to make sure everybody is. What about that mic? Oh, our mic can't come on. Okay, she comes there though. Can you see her?
Can you see her, Bob?
We got to get our technology together. This has been all year, every week. We got a problem down here. There you go. Okay. And can you hear her? He got the mic. Can you hear her? Say something.
Hello?
There we go. Thank you.
hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, just to start over again, I would like to thank the Hamilton County Commissioners for this time. I'd also like to thank everybody in here for this time. I am here to talk about the wonderful program that the Cincinnati Music Fest has, which is called CMF Connects. And it's a program that connects our community with the festival. It is important not to leave people out. It is important to consider all people, and it's important to have programming where people don't feel like they are not a part of it. The music festival is inclusive to not only the people of Cincinnati, but inclusive to people, I would say region-wise and nation-wise. And so today, I am here in support of the large event grant because, you know what? These types of events here are important. The Cincinnati Music Fest has been going on here just about 60 years, and that means that it's tried and it's true. And so, I know everybody's event in here is important, but we have to deal with what has been tested, what's true, what's remained. And so last year we got the opportunity to work with people like the Ken Anderson Alliance. We got to work with the Appointed Group, and other groups got to come in to the Music Fest and be a part of it that ordinarily might not be a part of it or be not considered. So just coming to you today to ask you to keep in consideration for the large event grant, the Cincinnati Music Fest, which is a part of Cincinnati. It's not new. We all know about it. And so that's what I want to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Mr. Marvin Butts. Welcome.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to follow that, but thanks for having me here. My support has got 40 years of my life invested into the music festival, and I'm going to talk about some of the things that we don't know. It builds a lot of relationships. I have watched a lot of kids grow up and be commissioners from being on the stage at the festival. I watched Fran grow up as a kid, and now she runs the festival with her dad. And it brings people in from our region, Detroit, Chicago, Cleveland, Louisville, Lexington. And that's the longevity. And for 40 years, I have watched it grow and create all these wonderful relationships throughout. So that's my take on that is I want to keep it going, see it sustain itself, and keep the relationships building. I mean, I'm watching Fran, kids grew up ready to get married now, have kids. I mean, come on, 40 years of this, it's a relationship building. It's good for the city. I personally benefit off of it because I have met a wonderful group of people through all over the country in those 40 years. So that's what I got to say.
Okay.
And I wish you consider what you do with your money.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bomani Tayemba, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Bomani Tayemba, and I am the organizer of Festival 513, which is Cincinnati's premier merchant festival, now entering its 20th year. And I'm here in strong support of approving the $500,000 large tourism grant for Cincinnati Music Festival. The Cincinnati Music Festival is one of the most significant economic drivers in Hamilton County, generating an estimated $107 million in annual economic impact and attracting more than 90,000 attendees, many traveling from outside our region. These visitors fill our hotels, dine in our restaurants, shop in our stores, and contribute meaningfully to our local economy. Festival 513 exists because of this momentum. During CMF weekend, we activate Freedom Way with nearly 100 merchandise and food vendors, providing a free walkable experience directly across from Paycor Stadium. Our event supports small businesses, creates additional spending opportunities, and enhances the overall visitor experience, encouraging longer stays and greater economic impact throughout the county. Approving this grant is a strategic investment in a nationally recognized event that consistently delivers economic growth, tax revenue, and positive exposure for Hamilton County. So on behalf of Festival 513, our vendors, and the many local businesses that benefit from this weekend, I respectfully urge you to approve the large tourism grant for the Cincinnati Music Festival.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Tabitha Anderson. No, we're not going to do that. We didn't approve it.
Good afternoon. My name is Tabitha Anderson. Thank you, commissioners, for having us here today to talk about the large event grant. I am here on behalf of Cincinnati Music Festival. I started with Cincinnati Music Festival at the age of 18, and that was in 1986. So it's been a long journey. And my, haven't they come a far way from Carthage Fairgrounds to Paul Brown Stadium? The thing that a lot of people don't realize about Cincinnati Music Festival is while it's a huge economic driver for Cincinnati, it's also major for the nonprofits that Cincinnati Music Festival partners with. And we know this because I run a foundation and they partner with our foundation. And through our partnership with them, we've been able to feed thousands of families, provide thousands of toys at Christmas time for kids, help kids with back to school supplies and uniforms. So when you think about the Cincinnati Music Festival, it's not just about the fabulous week of music and entertainment and food. It's what happens after all of that is done. When the dust settles, the Cincinnati Music Festival is still giving. It's giving more than entertainment. It's giving hope. It's giving opportunity. Because not only do they partner with other businesses, they especially reach out and network with smaller businesses that otherwise wouldn't have an opportunity to be on a higher playing field when it comes to trying to get into the transportation industry or restaurant hospitality. So again, as Mr. Butt said, please consider where you put your money and put it where you're going to get the most out of it. Because again, the Cincinnati Music Festival is not just about a weekend. They give back 365 days.
Thank you so much for your comments. And my last card, Otto Wellborn. Please come forward. Welcome.
How you doing?
Good.
Just as Marvin had said earlier, it's all about family. And I want to thank you, Vice President Reese, Commissioner Dumas, and Driehaus. Again, my name's Otto Wellborn, and I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for the opportunity to support CMF. I've been part of the CMF since 1995. Wow. However, I believe in the importance of continuing supporting not only just the festival itself, but also tourism, festivities across this city. So I would strongly urge that we need to continue to support CMF and also the great opportunities that it brings not only for me, but for my family. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the comments that came forward. I'm going to probably go, where's Holly? We're going to, since you were here about the large event grant, she does have a presentation as it relates to the large tourism event recommendations. Holly, I know you're listening. Yeah. And so while you're still here, I think you might want to hear this. And then right after that, we're going to do one other proclamation. Can somebody get her, please? Instead of waiting for it to come in. Mm-hmm. I think it's worth hearing. I think it's worth hearing the recommendations. Yeah, we'll wait on her. Excuse me. Welcome, Holly.
Apologies.
Oh, no, you didn't know what order we were going in, so that's fine. You want to get started with the recommendations?
Holly Chrisman, Assistant County Administrator. I'm here to present on the large event tourism grant recommendations. I also have Alice Bledsoe here. For those of you that may not know, Alice is taking over this program, so she's been a great help, and I want to make sure she's here to help and gets the recognition she deserves. So with that, we'll start the presentation. So as the commissioners are aware, in the 2026 budget, the board allocated $1 million for large tourism event grants. This marks the 5th year for this program. And as you can see here, the goal is to support large tourism events that attract visitors, increase hotel occupancy, and generate measurable economic impact. Applications are evaluated on several factors and criteria, including those that you see on the screen. We do want to make sure these funds go to the largest events that create the most economic impact. So we do have a requirement of at least $40 million in economic impact that's demonstrated and or significant hotel night occupancy. We also ask that they provide a demonstration of financial need and how our funds will be used to either ensure the event is conducted successfully or will increase participation. And you've heard some of the speakers today. We also ask how the event will complement Hamilton County priorities and projects. And of course, just a couple other, must be open to the public. It can be free or charged admission though. And as well, it must be in an accessible location in Hamilton County. We did receive 11 applications. Administration recommends funding the 2 events projected to generate the greatest economic impact, which you can see on the screen, are Blink and Cincinnati Music Fest. And here you can see the rest of the amount requested as well as who the events were. We had a total, as you can see here, of $4.8 million in requests for the $1 million budget. So it was a very competitive year, which again is why we're recommending focusing on the largest events. Blink has roughly $205 million in economic impact. Cincinnati Music Fest, over $107 million. So the next steps on this would be board discussion, and if there is consensus to move forward, we could bring a resolution as early as next Thursday, which would authorize the county administrator to enter into agreements with the grant awardees. with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. One quick question. When you talked about the economic impact of Blink and the Cincinnati Music Festival, do you also have for the ones that were not allocated? Do you know, I don't need to know it now, but I'd like to get a list of what their economic impact would be. Do you have it?
We do have what they submitted in their applications, yes.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
can
why
walk
don't
through
you
those.
just go on and walk through those? Yeah.
Do you mind putting that slide back up? And again, this is what they put in their application. So we've mentioned Blink and Cincinnati Music Fest. Flying Pig Marathon is, their documentation showed 45.9 million. And that was from their last event last year. The WEBN Fireworks, they have a very old study of $20 million. It's from, I think they said about 15 years ago. Black Tech Week is 35 million. Oh, I'm sorry, 23 million in economic impact last year. Black Family Reunion stated 3.4 million. The Impact Cincinnati Expo, which from our understanding is a first-time event, is they estimated it would be about 75 million. Slamology, another new event, they estimated their economic impact to be between 8 and 12 million. The 85th Grand Conclave estimated minimum of 34 million. Let's see, Drop the Mic. Again, a new event that projected 3,500 attendees, but their application said their economic impact was estimated to be over 30 million. And Cincy Soul, I don't believe, we didn't have an economic impact in there, but I believe they're held during Cincinnati Music Fest historically. Yes. And so they based their attendance on about 65,000.
Thank you for that. I thought I saw Omega Sci-Fi had.
I'm sorry, I refer to that as the 85th Grand Conclave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Alice, did you have anything you wanted to say? Okay. Very good. What we'll do, we can open it up for comments if you'd like, and then we'll, at a later date, decide as far as the vote. Vice President Reeves, would you like to have a comment about the recommendations?
Yeah, I support the large, and it's key important. I was the one that said add tourism because it's economic development. It's not just large events because we've got a lot of large events. And it's designed for me, my thought was heads in the beds. We've got a lot of debt. We're getting ready to vote on a hotel that's going to have debt, and it's relying on room nights and heads in the beds. They've got the convention centers. They rely on heads in the beds, and we get no money on Airbnbs. The city of Cincinnati gets money on Airbnbs. Even when we even thought about doing Airbnbs, this place was packed, but people said, no, no, no. So it's very clear to me. Now, this is not a let's pass it around and give everybody an opportunity. This is not that grant. This is strictly on tourism. And the music festival, it was said about the economic impact study is 2017, but I want to say to people that we get a report from Mr. Brugan on how much money did we get from the hotels. Even the Black Music Walk of Fame has a clicker with real numbers. So this is not one we estimate and throw a bunch of numbers around, because we have the data that comes to us, because that's how we make money. How much did you do in rooms that we get? And so unfortunately the budget was cut, and all that's going on in Washington, everything's cut. And I'd like to have a lot more money for this. We have Ms. Kilpatrick, who is the interim director, Julie Kilpatrick, that's here today, with the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Now, on this committee that we didn't sit on, the selection, we didn't sit on it, we had led by Ms. Bledsoe, but she also has someone from the Convention and Visitors Bureau that was on here who has come back with the recommendations. So the people who keep the numbers, the people who book, people who look at the heads and the beds were on this committee. And unfortunately, we just couldn't. It's not a one that you give 10,000 and 2,500. This is not that. We have a smaller event grant that deals with the 10s and the 5s and all that. This is for how do we keep these heads in the beds. Now, there's a lot of competition. People want to try to compete with our music festival. Louisville is jumping up right now. Everybody run down there for Derby Week. They even tried to take one of Joe Santangelo. He had Janet Jackson, and then they ran and got Janet Jackson and had a stadium, and they tried to book. So we're trying to keep the things that we have. Then we have a stadium down there that we said we want more events. Well, the only event that's been there since day one is the music festival. So why would we get rid of an event and then say, let's try to book some events? It doesn't make sense. And if they come in here from Chicago and Indy and Michigan and St. Louis, all these places, that's what we want to keep. We want to expand. We don't want to replace, because we'll never get another music festival again. Now, before I was here, the music festival never got a dime from. They've been doing this out of their own pockets for over 50-something years. And they always say, who's going to be there? And everybody gets upset about the entertainment, but they don't look at the entertainer's cost. Mary J. Blige, $1.8 million. But we all go down there and put our outfits on. The other thing I like is that we want to have a music corridor. So with the Black Music Walk of Fame down there, that's free. And then the Paycor Stadium that's over there. And then you've got the Festival 513 right there. We create a music corridor that can compete with any city in the country. And now with Essence falling by the wayside, really not doing well, we got a chance to even get more people. Now that weekend, and Ms. Kilpatrick is here, she can give you the numbers, the hotels triple during the festival. So we say, we got to find out how much money. It's going to be way more than $107 million because the hotel cost has gone way up, and we get a percentage of what the hotel costs. So we going to go up. They are price gouging these rooms like crazy. Don't even want to give block room rates. You can't get a hotel downtown less than, I think, if we had the 8th Street Holiday Inn, thank God that's not here anymore, but them and Red Roof Inn wanted $200-something a night. So everybody's making money. Now, we can't take for granted that, oh, they just gonna be here all the time. No, Louisville's after us. St. Louis is waiting for us to break down. And so what I like about the grant is that they include Festival 513, Pastor Boumani's festival. He's been scraping and scratching and doing it on his own, but now he is part of the grant. We now have a Black Music Walk of Fame, and on that event, in 11 minutes, we can't hit capacity. So I'm supportive of it. I've been supportive of others too. I've been supportive of Blink. Blink provides all this international, and I will tell you that in the Black Music Walk of Fame, they put, I don't count it, but they put a clicker on the Black Music Walk of Fame. We got to have real numbers. We can't just run out there and say, oh, I think it's clicking every day, every month, every hour, because they want real numbers. And I'll tell you, during Blink, I believe just during the festival of Blink, 17,000 people came through the Black Music Walk of Fame because the clicker showed it. So we have real numbers. Brueggen can pull everybody's numbers that has applied, and I would probably think y'all did that, where you can find who really book hotels. And these were not at discount rates. These are at premium rates. They're not at discount rates. The other thing is I have supported, always support, because I come from tourism, and I was there. I appreciate the press conference of Omega Psi Phi, and was happy to meet the head of it. Was happy to meet him. But I took him down to the Black Music Walk of Fame, and he said nobody had told him about it. And he's hit me almost every day saying, hey, we gonna have something down there. I couldn't believe that no one took them down there. No one. And I had to do it. And I'm happy that Mr. Ricky Lewis, who's head of it, said we're going to do something. Now, when you book a convention, because I've done them, and Mr. Dunn has mentioned those, NAACP, I don't believe the county put in any money. I don't remember it when we was doing it. Shriners Convention, I don't remember the county putting in any money back then in those days. Noble, Blacks in Law Enforcement, National Association of Blacks in Law Enforcement, I don't remember. Where the money came in is through the CVB. And so we have our money that comes in through the hotel, and a portion of it goes to the CVB, and that's how they're funded. And then they go out and get private money as well. And my understanding, Ms. Kilpatrick can correct me if I'm wrong, there has to be some money in the DO. I don't know if it's something about $350,000 that CVB got to come up with. So I would like to make sure that the CVB is involved and make sure that the Omegas have what they need through the convention process, like we do with all big conventions that we've done in the past that I've been in. I don't remember the county coming up with $600,000 for the NAACP or the National Urban League or the Shriners Convention. It was all done through the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and I would implore the Convention and Visitors Bureau to please step up and have what the necessary tools for Omega Psi Phi being the only big convention that we're going to have in that convention center. So I wanted to, and I know they've got some rainy day funds and some other funds, but I'm sure they'll be able to work that out. Unfortunately, our budget got cut. Washington ain't got a hold of us. Budget's been cut. We got to go with the top people that bring in money, that bring heads in the beds, and hopefully next time, maybe next year, we can do even more. Because I championed for more, but I didn't win that battle. So I hope we can move forward because these events have to book and move forward quickly. We are already in the season, and they need to know kind of where we're moving. So I'm hopeful that we can do that. I've got some other examples. I ain't gonna bring them up right now, but if necessary, I will. But the committee met, you have the criteria, and I think that the committee did a good job. Unfortunately, there are some others. Now, there's some others on the list. I did talk to some others, and maybe there's some other things that they could EBM Fireworks, maybe they can partner with the veterans. We got our Veterans Commission. They're doing advertising, they're doing marketing. Maybe they can partner with EBN's 50th anniversary of fireworks. So there may be some other ways that we can help that might not come directly from this particular grant. Our small event grants, I know you haven't made those recommendations. Maybe there's some others that can participate in there. And then those who haven't had an event and then jump out and say 80 million and 75 million, we've got experts that can pull the tapes, pull the receipts, and we've got to go with receipts. So that's what I have to say, and I want to thank the committee. I know you had a hard job, and I have supported Flying Pig last time. That's why I wanted to put more money in, but we had more money, and we just don't have the money this time. So that's what I wanted to say, but certainly support all the activities that have been coming into our county, and thank all of them.
Thank you. Commissioner Driehaus.
Yes, thank you. It appears that we have had more interest in this grant this year than we have had in the past, which to me is good news. I'm glad that people are applying for these grants that recognize that the county is trying to participate in the economic stack for some of the really big events that happen in this county. When I initiated this 5 years ago, the idea was to create more economic development opportunity in the county. And the grant was meant to provide events, whether they're new or whether they're existing, the ability to expand what they're doing, to promote what they're doing so that we receive an economic benefit in Hamilton County. That was the whole idea behind the grant, whether it is sales tax, whether it is the hotel motel tax. It's not specific to any revenue source, but rather to the revenue itself coming into the county. And so in the past, this grant has acted to do that. And I've heard from the music festival about how some of the acts can be bigger and better because they've got access to these dollars through this grant. I've heard from Blink about additional installations because they have access to these dollars. And so, and this partnership with county assets, I think, is also very important. We've heard that from folks that have commented to this. And I think when we are applying grant dollars to an event and they in turn recognize and highlight county assets, I think that is a nice win for both of us, for both the county and for the events themselves to expand their footprints. So for me, this grant is about the economic return, the ROI, to Hamilton County, to the city of Cincinnati as well. And so I am looking, and we have not landed anywhere yet, but I am looking for that kind of return. And so it makes sense to me. I understand the recommendation also you're focused on that. That is why we have the recommendation that we do, that the top 2 events that generate the most economic impact for the county are the top 2 that have been recommended. So I completely understand that and appreciate the work of the committee. We'll see if there's any flexibility for anything else. But I do appreciate that. I also fought for more money for this grant. This is something that I think we started at 1.5 in the very beginning, and we've whittled away a little bit as we've gone here. So now we're down to $1 million. That is a product of a constrained budget, and it has played out through everything that we've done in the last budget cycle. And it can be frustrating because we simply don't have the revenues to do all the things we'd like to do, even though they provide economic income to the county. I mean, you got to invest to make money. And we simply are constrained in this budget. And so I too regret that we're down to $1 million, but I think $1 million is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, the idea here is that other jurisdictions, whether they're large events or small events, are investing in these kinds of things in their own communities, whether it's something as big as Blink and the music festival or as small as something, a wine festival in Silverton. It depends on where you are. But we're in partnership with all those jurisdictions, big and small, to try to create some economic activity in these communities. So I appreciate the presentation, Holly, and the recommendations, and you too, Alice. So we will sort through this, and I think we'll have a vote upcoming. I don't know if it's
Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
So more to come. But thank you also to those of you that came in and participated in the conversation with us. I mean, that's how we learn about what the community's interested in. So thank you to all the folks that did public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. I would ask that my colleagues take a look at the policy for next year. This was put in the budget for this year, and Commissioner Reese was correct when she said I abstained from the vote for the large event grant. I couldn't remember that, but consistent at least, because I plan on doing the same thing this year. And the reason why is not because it's not a good concept, but the same groups keep getting the monies. They may have the highest ROI, but I think there are other ones as listed that can provide some economic impact for the county also. It's lots of money. We talked about fiscally being responsible and what we have in our budget. We know that things are coming down that we cannot control. So I hope that they reach that economic impact that they have submitted to us. We never know. Nothing is guaranteed. But I just think now next year, these 2 entities, I don't want them to think that they're going to get $500,000 or $600,000 next year. And it's good that they get what they need to do what they need to do. We started this right at the end of COVID, and we wanted to help our arts and entertainment, and we certainly have done that. But I think there are some significant other groups on here that could get some funding if we look at the policy and just spread the money out a little. I thought way at the beginning when they said it had to be a $40 million impact. I remember saying the first meeting, that's just too much for some of these great groups. So that's all I'm going to say. on this matter, and we'll be voting on next Thursday for the large event grant.
Can I ask Mr. Aludo before Thursday? I think I wanted to ask him. Now, last year, you found $150,000 to add to River Roots, which I did not support, but you had it when I wasn't here, so I didn't go with it. I want to ask you, before we have the vote, I want you to comb and see, do you have any type of $150,000 or any other money that's laying around? Because it went $150,000 after they came back and said they were going to be a smaller event. And so that's why I'm not for changing the policy. I would like him to find out, and I asked him privately, but I want to do it publicly so my colleagues, because we're not allowed to talk to each other. We only can talk when we're here. I want you to comb and make sure, because there was a vote in October, right before the event, you found $150,000. It's on this, it was voted on in October 2025, October 9th. You found $150,000. Please comb and see if there's anything that we might have additional available, and if so, let us know before Thursday, possible. I know Mr. Ludo said he's going to meet with his staff and look into that, but I did want my colleagues to know that I have asked them to see if there's anything. Anybody owe us some money, any money left over, any of these funds that we have, investment funds and all the funds that we get, because we're able to somehow come up with stuff sometimes. So I asked him to look and see and let us know. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Okay. We'll move on to comments and motions of our commissioners.
Proclamation.
Proclamation.
Okay, let's just go on and do that. Reverend Jesse Jackson recently passed, for those who don't know. The commissioners contacted Jeff over the past weekend to see if we could get the flags flown at half-staff at our county buildings, because the governor is normally the one who would indicate when we can lower the flag. But if it's a county building, we're able to do it, and it will be lowered until March the 7th. I think there is also something going on the 8th, so I'm going to check that. We want it up or down the whole time that the ceremonies are going on. So, and to remember Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, we have a proclamation, and I'd like to, do you have it written down where you're going to do?
You just handed it.
You can start out, and then I'll end it. Vice President Reese, if you'd like to start.
Honoring the life and legacy of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, Sr. Whereas Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, Sr. was born on October 8, 1941, was a monumental figure in the struggle for civil rights and social justice, dedicated his life to advocating for equality, peace, and empowerment of marginalized communities. And whereas through his leadership as a civil rights activist, organizer, and politician, he tirelessly fought against racial injustice and economic inequality while championing the causes of education, healthcare, and voting rights. Whereas as the founder of Rainbow Push Coalition and a key strategist alongside Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Reverend Jackson played an instrumental role in advocating civil rights movements that galvanized countless individuals across the nation.
And whereas with unwavering resolve and eloquence, he inspired generations to pursue social change through activism and engagement. And whereas his legacy includes not only transformative advocacy, but also numerous achievements that brought attention to issues impacting African American communities and other disenfranchised populations. And whereas Reverend Jackson's enduring commitment to peace has fostered dialogue amongst diverse groups and promoted unity in pursuit of justice.
And whereas Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, Sr. transitioned from his labor to reward on February 17th, 2026. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we honor the extraordinary contributions of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. by lowering flags on all Hamilton County buildings and ask citizens of our county to continue his legacy for striving for equality and justice for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this proclamation honors and celebrates the extraordinary life and lasting impact of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners does hereby declare Friday, March the 6th, 2026, as Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Senior Day in all of Hamilton County. Vice President Reese, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, last week I know talked in great detail of the friendship, the mentorship, the training, the family relationship that my family, the Reeses and the Jacksons, have had, and certainly if we put his entire life, we would have hundreds and hundreds of pages. What I will say is I communicated, obviously, with his son, Yusef Jackson, let him know that we here in Hamilton County, we're having the flags at half-staff, send a video of our dedications that we had here, and then I wanted to read, even though he's in the midst of organizing the funerals and so forth, and certainly as we have the Omegas here, he was a proud member of Omega Psi Phi. He was a proud Prince Hall Mason. So there's so many groups I know will be involved. But his son, Yusef Jackson, texts me back and says, "Thank you for sharing this. This is so meaningful to me and my family." So I just wanted to share that the Jackson family is aware of what we're doing here and honoring him in Hamilton County. He won Hamilton County in 1984 and 88 Democratic primaries when it was unbelievable. He couldn't win. And I was there just selling T-shirts, had no idea that I would be sitting up here. But without the Jackson movement of voter registration, mobilization, and encouragement of that I am somebody and I can keep hope alive and I can dream beyond my circumstances, I'm sitting here today. I couldn't be here without the movement of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, but his family knows what we're doing and said they are appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Driehaus.
Thank you, and thank you. You know, we did talk about this last week, but it's another good opportunity to remind ourselves about the activism of Jesse Jackson and his ability to push people to think differently about justice and about equality and about everyone's role in providing justice and equality to everybody in our community. And so I had a great deal of respect for Jesse Jackson and the Rainbow Coalition that he formed, and am glad that the Hamilton County is responding in this way and making an obvious statement about our respect for him by lowering the flags to half-staff. So thank you.
Thank you. Everything that was said, I agree with, of course, and I'm just proud of the commission doing what we can do to celebrate his legacy. And we will take a picture afterwards with the cover for the proclamation you can send to his son. Okay. Jeff Aludo.
Thank you.
We haven't done our comments.
Okay.
There's a lot on the agenda.
It is. Vice President Reese, did you have some comments?
I did. Thank you. I know that I know that I also participated. I know you're going to may talk about it, but I also did participate in the press conference of Omega Sci-Fi at our convention center, First National Center, and I got a chance to provide a tour, a founders tour. I've done about 216 of them now, a founders tour to Grand Vasilis, I think I said that right, Ricky Lewis, and so it's a big deal because he's from LA. He has the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and he said, no way, Hollywood has nothing on you guys, so I appreciate that. Also, I had honored to also be out here. I know Commissioner Dree also probably talk about it as well. I was at the ribbon cutting, got a chance to speak in Dale High Township for the Hope Cottage. This is another affordable housing for disability project. I want to remind people when they say, what has Hamilton County done for affordable housing? We did $60 million. So someone say, hey, I got to do something bold. 60 million is pretty bold. $60 million, 6 million of it to help people keep the home they got, help them with back taxes and mortgage. When we had the American Rescue money, the others we put into a CDF fund, with the CDF fund, and we had three things we wanted. We wanted senior housing, disability housing, and veterans housing, and they are doing it. We've had a number of ribbon cuttings. We had the LAD smart homes that I'm super proud of because it's one of a kind for people with disabilities where they can independently live. People with disabilities should be able to live independently and live in the community that they want to live in. And so this was another one that we did in a partnership. We put about $164,000 into it, representing 44% of the project cost. It was a 4-year project. We took a house that the priest once lived in many moons ago, and it had just gotten so bad. But they had a vision, and yesterday they opened it up, and people with disability will have an opportunity to live in that house in Dale Township. So I was happy to be a part of it. Also want to remind people that the 513 relief bus, people say, when is it getting out? When is it coming back? It has helped over 50,000 people, and with medical and economic services, no copay costs, saving lives, helping people stay in their homes, all kind of things. And it's going to be on March the 4th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and we're kicking off at Corinthian Baptist Church. So everything you want to know about Hamilton County, and it's actionable. Actionable. We're not passing out leaflets. It's actionable, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to hopefully launch our prostate cancer initiative, where we're going to be doing free prostate cancer screenings. And I hear, gentlemen, don't worry, they got a new one. They just do it with your little finger now. You don't have to worry about the other one. So they made it helpful for you, and we're hoping to partner with different organizations and continue that going. Also, I wanted to highlight something I think is important, and I'll talk about when we get to the hotel, I'll talk about that, but I wanted to highlight and put for the record, I received a communication from Jim Downton, who is the president CEO of the Sharonville Convention Center. Many may not be around to remember how we had a how we got a CFA, Convention Facilities Authority, that allowed us to do convention centers downtown and out there. They had to get rid of the Convention and Visitors Bureau in the north. And they said they would agree to it only if they have a voice at the CVB, because they already had their own board, they already had their own budget, they only had their own voice. And that's another thing with this music festival, because I hear the Delta hotels are already booked all the way out in Sharonville. But they have, he had a report, and he said they represent, he says, as you might be aware, the Northern Hamilton County hospitality community, Sharonville and Blue Ash, And I met with Mr. Patel, and he owns the Embassy Suites, and the Shriners just took that over last weekend. They're going to take it over again this weekend in Blue Ash. Are vital partners and drivers of conventions, meetings, and tourism that historically represent an average of 40% of the total annual Hamilton County transit occupancy tax. That's the hotel motel tax. Now, last time when they were doing the convention center, he was very upset because they had left them out. And he showed me an agreement that the CVB had. And this is not under Ms. Kilpatrick, she's new. This is under the old. And they didn't adhere to it. And I met with Jeff and him, and then they adhered to it and then jumped up and said, oh, we're working together. We done discovered them. So they got that part. But now he's saying the other part they believe, okay, he says, recently we were also included with the Ohio Hotel, Motels, and Lodging Association's platform letter that was sent to Visit Cincinnati Board on November of 2025, including recommendations of a board representation from the key stakeholders within the hospitality industry. This OHLA platform letter included the following requests: to include as a voting member general managers of downtown Cincinnati and Sharonville Convention Centers. Currently, both are just ex officio members, and he wants to be on there. So he has a thing. He says he would like to have a stronger alignment between the facility operations and destination marketing strategy, improve long-term booking competitiveness in a challenging regional market, provide greater accountability for the use of county tourism funding, and strengthen collaboration across municipal and county stakeholders. Now, someone had brought up to me, because I'm in the tourism, that this is mostly public money that goes to the CVB, but we only get 1 seat or 2 seats. Normally, if it's the public money, usually we would control the board. I'm not advocating that today, but what I am saying is here we are again after they promised these folks out there, get rid of your CVB, give us your money, put it in a pot, and now they don't have no voice. Now, this doesn't fall under the new Julie. I don't know if it was the old Julie or the before, but I want this corrected, because what we done is gotten rid of people that's in the industry. When I was around, it was the hotel, motel people that was on the board. There were the people that's convention center, people who do this every day. Now they have been known as advisory, ex officio, don't say nothing, just show up and wave, and we grinning. So we got to get this together because they pay taxes, they know this industry, and my goodness, listen to this. 40% of the total Hamilton County occupancy tax is coming from there. Come on. So I'd like to submit this for the record to the clerk, and I would ask Mr. Ludo to work on this. I know the new Julie Kilpatrick and Candace McGraw is handling the board, but I do believe that they should have not a voice from the rafters, but the voice helping guide the ship. And if you bring in 40%, you definitely should have some kind of vote on the board. So I wanted to get that. I know that he has met or will be meeting with each of us, because we can't talk. That's why I'm putting it out there, because we're not allowed to talk privately. But this has to get corrected. Every time I look around, I get a letter. I will get, and they have an agreement, and I hope the agreement is adhered to. But they need to have a voice, and the hotel community, the hotel ownership should be driving the ship as well. So just wanted to highlight that and put that on the record, and Mr. Ludo to follow up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Driehaus.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I spent some time in Washington, D.C. over the weekend at the National Association of Counties Conference. A lot of conversation about SNAP and what the federal government is doing regarding our allocation to the administration of SNAP, and obviously not good for the counties when the federal government is doing less and expecting the counties to do more in a very tight budget situation. So a lot of conversation about that. There was also conversation about housing and how the federal government has been looking at CDBG dollars and how those are distributed, and making sure that Hamilton County is represented in those conversations related to the work we do with CDBG and home dollars to increase affordable housing here in Hamilton County. And so was part of those conversations. I also did some Hill visits with Senators Moreno and Husted and Congressman Warren Davidson and then Congressman Greg Landsman. Very similar conversations about SNAP and housing, but also wanted to make sure that they were aware of the priorities of Hamilton County related to the government. It's the earmarks. I know they're called government directed spending, congressionally directed spending, which I have a really hard time spitting out because to me they're earmarks. But anyway, made sure that they understood that the regional safety complex is way up on our list. Those costs have risen because of the tariffs that are in place and the cost of steel. And so we are now running over budget because of actions of the Trump administration. And so asking that they help us with that gap funding so that we can complete that project on time. And then talk to them about some of the other regional projects that we're doing here to make sure that they're aware of all the good work of Hamilton County and ask for their partnership when it's reasonable and available to us, because these earmarks are something that all four of them participate in, and so we want to make sure that Hamilton County makes it to the list as these folks are putting forward their recommendations. Also went to the ERG Black History Month celebration yesterday. Our ERGs are in full force here in Hamilton County, and so I was really happy to go up there. They had some spoken word. There was a nice group of individuals that are county employees that were participating in it, and they're in support of the ERGs, so very glad to participate in that. Also, went to the Connecting Active Communities Coalition annual meeting. This was a meeting sponsored by the Mill Creek Alliance and the Crown. This was related to bike trails and walking trails, but it was so interesting because many communities were participating in this meeting because the Triangle Trail and the Mill Creek Trail touch so many communities. And so there were folks there from Lincoln Heights, from Sharonville, from Reading, from Springdale, all of whom said that the Triangle Trail and trails that will lead from it and lead to it are such an asset to their communities by way of economic development, by way of community building. People are going to and from grocery stores. And so it was really an exciting thing to participate in. I, of course, talk about the county investment. It's been over $2 million over, I think, the last 4 or 5 years to expand the system so that people who don't generally see that kind of investment in their community see that kind of investment in their community, particularly with the Mill Creek Trail, which touches Millvale and South Cumminsville and the Fairmounts. Those individuals from those communities have walked those trails with those folks that are looking at the design to make sure that the access points to the trail are where the community wants them, and the trail does what they want it to do, which is provide access particularly to the Kroger, which is down the street. It's a safe pathway for them to move around the community. So I was really honored to be there on behalf of Hamilton County and talk about our investment in that, and then listen to all these other communities talk about their investments and their hopes, really, for the expansion of these trails. And then lastly, I went to the Red Brick House ribbon cutting that Commissioner Reese referred to out in Delhi Township. This was a little bit of a different look for our ARPA dollars. We've done a lot of partnering with LAD to provide housing for people with disabilities. This, too, is a 4-unit building that is by St. John. St. John's out on Neeb Road out in Delhi Township owns the building, and so we're in partnership with them to retrofit that building, which used to be for the pastor. Pastors moved on, and so they're retrofitting this building for people with disabilities. I mean, it's just a beautiful project. The investment was lower than usual because the building is already there, and so it just had to be retrofitted to accommodate people with disabilities in that space. So it was really exciting. There was a nice crowd. The sun was shining, and we got to talk about the county's commitment to people with disabilities. So I was really glad to participate in that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I attended the Omega Psi Phi fraternity press conference. It's their 85th conclave. Will be held July the 30th through August the 3rd. You want to go after me? Okay. The event is projected to generate nearly $9 million in economic impact and more than 8,200 hotel room nights. Jim Dalton also had the same conversation with me that Vice President Reese was indicating. He's from the Sharonville Convention Center. I am on the board, the CVB board, and plan on talking to the board about his concerns when we have our next meeting. The Ohio Legislative Breakfast was a briefing that United Way had just in the morning a couple days ago for elected officials. Not a lot of elected officials there, but I learned a lot about their 211 system that they have and continue to have and the impact that it's having. This weekend I attended the Building Futures Cohort 6th graduation on Friday. I spoke there, recognizing for the board all these 21 graduates from this great work program. And then on the weekend, Saturday, I attended the Princeton Alumni Dinner, recognizing distinguished alumni for Princeton. I once again want to recognize Charles Wiley, who is my cousin. He was recognized, and if you're watching, shout out to you, Charles. So, and then the Hamilton County State Capital Budget Task Force is meeting right now. I'll be leaving and going over there after this meeting is over to try to finalize all the applications. It was about 84 applications came through for infrastructure from the state. They moved our timeline to get it done, so we're going through, but thoroughly going through the applications, and we'll have, I believe March the 10th is when we have to have all the names in for who we think should receive the monies. And just a note for those that are listening, the legislative delegation luncheon Monday on Monday, March the 2nd, with the commission and our administrative staff. We'll be meeting with some legislative delegation personnel to talk about the priorities and vision of Hamilton County, and also what are they lobbying for us in Columbus. And once again, the State of the County address is March the 3rd at Memorial Hall at 6 o'clock. The doors open at 5. And if I'm not feeling better, maybe I'll have you do it for me. We'll see. But anyway, so that will end my report. I know Vice President Reese, you had a comment you wanted to make.
I'm sorry, yes, I wanted to just highlight the bank's urban design plan. I had gotten a word that our county was going to the Planning Commission. And I got the word this week, and they said, if you got anything, let us know. And I just want to, from a policy standpoint, I want to kind of stop all this last minute stuff. We're starting to have a bad trend and a bad habit. I'm asking for reports a month ahead, and then I get it at 7:45, and we meet at 10 a.m. This urban design, they presented to us. I had a number of questions. I know commissioners had some questions. And that was probably in November. I done had a surgery, been in the hospital, got out the hospital, done celebrated Christmas, New Year's Eve, and now we're back, and I still haven't gotten any answers to the questions, and now I'm told they're going tomorrow to the Planning Commission. I want this stuff to stop. If we're gonna get it, otherwise we're creating what they call shadow government. In other words, we just up here, but there's somebody else that's running everything. I'm against shadow government. So if a commissioner, even if it's not me, if they ask a question, I'm expecting a quick response. Just as quick if the business community call you, a 3C, DC, I want you to move even quicker for the county commissioners who have been elected to be up here. Now, I had some issues. We asked about the height of the buildings, hiding the river. I asked the question, also we asked about some of these free spaces that don't make no money, and got some chairs and some tables and some, we asked about safety concerns. I asked about the Ferris wheel. We got over 100 acres on the banks, and the only place you can put it is across blocking the Freedom Center. I understand they met with the Freedom Center. I understand Woody, who's the CEO, COO, and Elizabeth, who's the CEO of the museum, they didn't like it, but then they said, well, if we throw some money at it, maybe they'll like it. I mean, but is it the right thing to do? That's the only place you can find to put the Ferris wheel. We got over 100 acres, actually 198 acres, and we can't find nowhere else except in front of the Freedom Center. And we asked that question, no answers, and then all of a sudden this week, so from November to now, then they say we're going tomorrow to the City Planning Commission. I want to say that is totally disrespectful and it's totally out of line. Now this Banks Committee that's been jumping up, we should make the decisions. I'm saying no to shadow government. And the way we've been organizing is that all these groups, quasi groups, are making decisions on government money, but they never have to face the voters. Nobody elects them, but they're controlling all government money, and that has to stop. So here we are, we asked these questions, and I can't speak for my colleagues. I don't want to say they didn't get back with them, but they did not get back with me. And we did it, we got it, we on camera, we had it. We cannot have these presentations be check marks and just say we did it and we ain't listening. So I would not approve anything being presented tomorrow to the Planning Commission for an $800 million development, period. That's where I'm coming from. So I wanted to say that. And then the other thing I was told on the banks, before Washington Way, we done applied for a federal grant, but they may want a $25 million match. I'm not for applying for any grants at this time that requires us to have to put some more money in. We don't have it. That's what we're telling everybody. So why we keep applying for stuff and then say, we got it, but you need $25 more million? We might want to put these things on hold till the economy looks better. So, but once again, I was told at the last minute, we applied. Just want to let you know, check the box. And then I said, well, what about, do we got to put anything up? Oh yeah, we'll have to match it. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then I want to make sure, I asked Jeff on the banks issue, we got a parking problem. We've got Hilltop lot that we own, and the city now wants us to put a whole lot of money, build it up, and garages and all that. I believe when you go and negotiate with the city, I think we should put all our issues on the table, because I don't see why they would hold us to not giving us, we're going to go to them about the planning committee about the urban design, but not go to them and say, we want to be waived for what's going to cost millions to the taxpayers for the Hilltop lot. It should all be in one package. So I just wanted to put that on the table, but I want this getting to me last, getting to me 24 hours, getting to the week of, getting to me at 7:45 for a 10 a.m. meeting. It's got to end. It's going to end. It's disrespectful. So, and I think we had plenty of time to get answers to our questions. So don't send me no email now. Right now, you type an email to me and you meeting tomorrow. I just think that's wrong. So I wanted to put that, and I hope that our policy reflects that that's not how we're going to do business. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Little, our administrator.
Thank you, commissioners. I don't have any real formal by-leave comments today, other than just want to say thank you, even though her last day was yesterday. I think the commissioners all know Deb Myrie in the budget office. Deb left us as of yesterday. She didn't go far. She's over at the prosecutor's office. Took over a position there that had opened up. It's a nice career move for her. So I just want to wish Deb all the luck in the world and thank her for all the work that she did here for under the administration. The by-leaves, commissioners, actually by-leave, there's two by-leaves in your packet today. By-leave 1 is actually a resolution that the board would consider potentially following one of the executive sessions. By-leave number 2 is an appointment. I'm happy to do it, Commissioner, but if you'd like to do the appointment,
I'd be happy to do it, yes. By-leave 2 is a resolution appointing a member to the Economic and Community Support Advisory Council, Nitty Bambino Beatty, some call him Beatty, Beatty. Are there any comments?
No, I just want to thank him for serving. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
Commissioner.
you for his service to this commission.
Thank you so much. I'll make a motion to adopt by leave two.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. No further bylaws.
Well, what about one? We're not going to do that. We're going to do that in
Number
executive
one
session.
would be for board consideration
After the executive session.
Correct.
Okay. So we have our engineer who is back. Thank you.
He is back again. 3 items today. The first item is the bid award for the 2026 resurfacing program, Project 502602. This is for roads in Anderson, Coleraine, Harrison, Sycamore, and Sims Townships. Approximately 10 and a half miles of roadways that we're going to repave. We opened bids on January 15th. Our engineer's estimate was just over $5 million. And fortunately, the bids came in low. Low bid was $4,444,295, 12% below the engineer's estimate. Funding will come from the Road and Bridge Fund, Permissive Auto, and the city of Harrison will be reimbursing us for a portion that is in the city with an estimated completion date of November of this year. Item number 2 is a resolution appropriating property for the purpose of public use to enable the county to proceed with constructing the Fields Erdel Road improvement, McCauley and Conray. This is located in Sycamore and Sims Townships. The final establishment hearing was conducted back in June of 2024. This is parcel 21SH and 21T. Funding, it will come from Permissive Auto in the amount of $47,340. We did get an ODOT grant on this, which will reimburse us 80% of that. Item number 3 is a resolution appropriating property for the purpose of public use, again for the Fields Erdel intersection project. This is parcel 16SH and 16T. Funding coming from Permissive Auto funds in the amount of $49,004, and 80% of that will be reimbursed back by an ODOT grant.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments?
No.
Any questions? Okay. I make a motion to adopt 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner?
Commissioners,
Commission.
I'll take item number 4, if that's okay.
Commission Administrator. You don't usually put that, but anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks, Commissioners. Item number 4, this is a resolution authorizing the exemption and redirection of the county transient occupancy tax related to the Convention Center Hotel. Just a bit of overview on this item. So as the board is aware, redevelopment of the county's convention district has been a long-standing priority for the Board of County Commissioners going back to the mid-2000s. So we're here today after a long process that began really back in 2017 with planning for the acquisition and the demolition of the Millennium Hotel. And I do have a slide. Christy, if you could throw that up. In January of 22, the board directed the administration to implement a strategy to revitalize the convention district, including developing a new headquarter hotel, improving the convention center, developing a compatible use for the former Millennium site, and doing all of this with a focus on inclusion. To that end, we did on November 21st of 2025 cut the ribbon on the Elm Street Plaza outside of the convention center. On January 7th, we did the same related to the renovated convention center, and we did that with a project that brought in or that was accomplished using 22.5% MBE procurement, 13.7% WBE, and 61% union participation. So, commissioners, that brings us today then to the next step in the process, which is a resolution before you, as I mentioned, authorizing several actions to facilitate development of a new headquarter hotel. We've provided several updates to the board on this process over the past year, culminating with a review of the financing package last Tuesday. It's my understanding that the city voted yesterday to approve a mirror version of this resolution, and that's what's on your agenda today. I'm going to turn it over to Holly here quickly to walk through the elements of the resolution. I do just want to take a quick moment, however, to recognize, I think there's a few folks in the audience related to this. I know Julie Kirkpatrick is here from Visit Cincy. Caitlin Felvis with 3CDC is here, and Reed Scott with Portman Development is here as well. So I want to thank them for their participation, partnership, and for being here today. Holly?
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, commissioners. Happy to be here again to talk about this exciting project. And it's really been a team effort and a team sport over the past, as you can see, 4 or 5 years with the city, county, Visit Cincy, 3CDC, and of course now Portman Holdings. So the resolution before you today, as we've previously discussed, exempts the county's transient occupancy tax at the new headquarter hotel and redirects it and pledges it to the payment of revenue bonds. It authorizes the county administrator to execute the hotel development agreement documents. It authorizes the county administrator to execute the cooperative agreement with the port, city, county for issuance and sale of the revenue bonds. So again, happy to answer any questions as well as any of the partners that are here today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Holly. I'll open it up for questions or comments. Vice President Reese.
Yeah, well, I would say that it's been a long journey to get here. And I just want to remind how we started. It started off with, we need a hotel. We got rid of an 800-room hotel. And, I don't know, $52+ million. I'll be honest with you, I'm not happy that what we got in exchange was the Elm Street Plaza that will become a Fountain Square Part 2. And we don't make any money off of it. We then said, okay, they're going to go across the street to where we had parking. And I disagree that I feel it's very difficult to park down by Convention Center now. And a lot of people do want surface parking so they can get in and they can get out. And so we're going to take that parking, and I had asked, they're going to put it in a hotel. I said, well, since that's owned by the Port Authority, that property, can we get something tied to, because I know, and I appreciate, Mr. Ludo, what you put in here. We're going to have some MBEs and WBEs, and we're going to have the union, but that's a one-time. The building will be here for 30 years. So they get a one-time commitment to build it, and then they go away. And then the hotel is there, or the convention center is there. And I was interested in tying it to the ownership of the property. I remember at one time, the African American Chamber, there was an article, I believe in the Business Courier, about how can they own the property, have some kind of ownership to the deed. And I'm at a point now where I'm looking at deeds now, because deeds go past the people that's here, because we're doing 30 years, we're doing 30-year deals. So we weren't able to get that, but I also pushed that we got to get the hotel up. You can't sell any conventions and you don't have a headquarter hotel. Then there was presentations here that said we're going to get an 800-room hotel. And they said, Commissioner Reese, you crazy. They wrote, Lisa Reese doesn't know what she's talking about. Commissioner Reese doesn't know. We're going to get that 800 rooms. It's on tape. You can go back and find one of those tapes. We didn't get it. Then we had the World Cup say, if you don't have the headquarter hotel, we're leaving. I said, we got to get this headquarter hotel. Well, it was important, but then we didn't get the World Cup. We told them, in fact, I got an article right here, new convention headquarter hotel could be open as late as 2025. I'm in 2026. Now we're talking 2 years from now before the hotel gets up. In the meantime, and I just want to make sure, sometimes the idea takes so long that it's outdated before we even build it. Convention Center is outdated. It needs to be expanded before we can even get it upgraded. And so while we're doing that, Louisville announced 1,000 rooms. They're going to up the ante. They're going to get up. Indianapolis jumps up. We got rooms. So by the time we build, I want to make sure whatever we're building, we're not going to miss the mark. And that's why I was saying we got to get the hotel. They got 800 rooms in Indiana. Scheduled to open late 2026. If we had stayed on our timeline with the hotel and had stayed focused, these entities would not have beaten us to the marketplace. And I think I have to make sure that that is said. They kept telling me we're going to have hard hats on, we're going to have shovels, all that we never did. And now we're talking 2 years from now, and we got a convention center but no rooms to sell with the center. That makes it tough for the CVB to sell something. So I wanted to highlight that. The other thing then, we applied for some state money. This is when it got real hot and heavy. We applied for some state money, and I found, they told us 800 rooms, but then when I found the paperwork, they was down at 600. I said, wait a minute, what are we gonna do 600? Well, if we don't do 800, they're gonna penalize us. But you said you was gonna do 800, so why would you do 600? And it got real hot. That's when it got hot. Because I said, you said one thing, but your paperwork's saying something different. And we can't sell that to the taxpayers. So today I'm not completely happy because we didn't get 800. But I think by asking the questions, keeping the heat on, we got 700. And because of that, I know that in negotiation, you don't get everything you want. And I want to say that to outside entities. Don't come in here talking about rubber stamping. You don't get everything you want. And we don't get everything. That's negotiation. And for some reason, we've lost that in the last several years in this town. We've lost that. It's one group that doesn't have to face the voters, hiding behind the curtain and trying to pull the strings for the group who does have to get voted on. So with that, I don't have everything I want, but I know we got to have a headquarter hotel. We can't even get out the gate competitively if we don't have it. So I am going to support it, but I want on the record, so 11 years and 20 years from now, everything that we have in the TOT, transit occupancy tax, all the debt, the convention centers, the CVB, the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame, all that got to be voted on every year. And what we getting ready to vote on is 30 years, no matter who's sitting up here, their hands are tied. I want to make sure that the debt in the TOT is made sure that we're able to pay for it. Now, I hear these experts have come in and said we'll be able to do it. We're going to have a 4% increase, and I'm going to take a informed risk of believing them. But I want in the record that Commissioner Alicia Reese on this date said that she wants to make sure all the debt in the TOT and the waterfall is paid for so that we don't have to increase any taxes on the people. The other thing that I had said in here is that I didn't want us to have to write a check. We didn't have the money. And today we are not writing a check. What we're doing is leveraging future funds, future revenues that will be in that hotel. People who stay there will help pay for the hotel. So in the compromise, I wanted 800, I got 700. I saw some said 600, but we got 7 now. We're going to break ground hopefully this week. I asked for who's going to be over the hotel. I kept asking, what's going to be the chain? What's going to be the chain? We now have it's Marriott, I believe. And because of those things and the fact that we can't make it in the marketplace without it, I will support it today. So just wanted to say that. And thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Driehaus.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be here today and put a period on some of what we've been working on for so many years. This conversation started many years ago when we were trying to figure out how to get more conventions to come to Cincinnati. That's when it started. And we knew that we needed an expansion of the exhibit space. We knew that we needed a retrofit of the convention center itself, and we knew that we needed a decent headquarter hotel where people wanted to stay, and we didn't have any of that. And so we did a study, and the CVB was a large part of it. The business community was a large part of it. City, county participated in it. And we decided with limited resources to prioritize those projects. And so the first priority, the first domino to fall, was getting control of the Millennium site. Without that, we would not be sitting here today. The county made that investment. It was entirely our investment with the help of the port. And we knocked down that hotel. It was an eyesore. People did not want to stay there, and got control of that space, because what we learned from the hoteliers and the convention people was they wouldn't come here with that hotel standing. They were unwilling not only to not have conventions here, but the hoteliers said, we're not building any hotel next to the Millennium. That's got to go. And so we made that move. And then the city of Cincinnati obviously got involved when we moved across the street to the convention center to do that retrofit. That was a partnership between the city and the county, because we knew that the retrofit had to happen first before any expansion. Now, we haven't talked about the expansion in this agreement because it's not part of the agreement, but in the future, I know that we are hoping collectively to have some expansion of the exhibit space so that we can continue to get larger and better conventions in the community. But as I like to say, one thing at a time. We simply can't afford all of this all at one time. And in addition to that, conversations have now changed about where that might go, because we're going to have some space free up to the west of the convention center due to the bridge construction. So it's actually a great opportunity for us to think a little differently about how that expansion might take place. And then we said, all right, so we've got the renovation, we've got control of the Millennium site. Where do we go now for the hotel? We need a top-of-the-line hotel across the street for the convention center. And Portman Holdings is our partner in this, along with the port and 3CDC and the city. And we are going to have a spectacular hotel. We've seen the renderings, 700 keys, which is great. That is what, from what I understand, what the market is demanding right now and will be demanding in the future. And so that was the reason for the 700. And so we're excited about that partnership, but the financing was challenging. I mean, it's a very expensive proposition. And so the city and the county and the state have all participated in this financial stack to make this happen. And it's tight. It's been very tight. But because of our investment over at the Millennium site and our investment in the convention center, we said we would prefer to not put cash in, because we really don't have those kinds of resources, but rather participate in an incentive with the TIF. So allow for this economic development tool to be used to generate revenue to pay back the bonds on the new hotel without the county having to put any cash in. And so that's what we've got in front of us today. Gives us the ability to enter into the agreement. City of Cincinnati has done the same thing. And so once again, we're in partnership with the city to the benefit of the hotelier, who will come in and build this fantastic hotel across the street. And then we will have many of the pieces in place. And we have already seen that we're getting bigger and better conventions in this community because of the investments we've already made. So I am very much in support of this and look forward to continued collaboration with all the partners, particularly Portman Holdings, who's in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. I've asked many questions that have been answered. I am in support of this, and if you've been listening to our meetings from week to week, you've noticed that we're trying not to have to put money into projects, but if there's another creative way that we can do that, and I think this is one. So I am also in support of item 4. Did you? Yes. I
meant to ask this question. I know Todd Michaels here, I believe, here with the IBEW, and you had mentioned unions and minority businesses are participating. I know this is a private, and this will be a private project. I just want to ask Mr. Little if he could address that. I know we all might have gotten an email on it. And then also, if you can also address why the contract says an LLC and not Portman by name, that would tangle up other properties. Can you just answer those two quick questions?
Got it. So, Holly, can you? So there are in the development agreement there are criteria related to inclusion. Holly, can you read through that?
Pulling it up right now. In the
I have
meantime,
it right in front of me. I just want to make sure we're reading from the document as opposed to me going from memory.
while I'm doing that, Reed Scott is also here to answer the question about the LLC question. But the hotel development agreement in terms of inclusion, best efforts to achieve 20% MBE and 10% WBE with an aspirational goal of 25% and 15% respectively. And best efforts to achieve goal of awarding 60% of primary trade contracts to union contractors.
So 60% out of 100%. Okay.
Are you okay?
Yep. And hey, thank you everybody for having us here today. Regarding the LLC name, I believe it's Cincinnati CHOH LLC that you're referring to. That is just the project-specific ownership entity that we create, typical in real estate projects for ownership of a specific asset versus collectively being under Portman Holdings, since we will have above LLC partners that come in and flow into a common investment group and can invest in that specific opportunity.
I just wanted to make sure, because we had the situation with Millennium. So this hotel will not produce any revenue. We won't see revenue for 30 years. That's an old hotel. So if we have another situation, I wouldn't want it just to be a shell. I want to make sure it's not going to be a shell or LLC because it doesn't say Portman. Who would we go after?
You would work through the LLC and the project-specific investment group. And there will be revenue coming off the hotel in way of sales taxes and other things. It's the TOT taxes that are specifically going to back the bonds that will be issued to help support the project financing.
Yeah, no, we understand people with sales tax. But what the point was, I asked them, when would we see revenue? I asked your people when we see revenue, and they said 30 years. So I just want to make sure if we have a Millennium situation, obviously none of us will be around. But here, in terms of here, we'll be on the earth, hopefully, but not around here. Who do we go after? Because when they do a LLC, they're protecting themselves. So Portman, we won't be able to go after Portman. We've been hearing Portman, but our agreement is with a LLC. So I just wanted to make sure I'm okay as I move forward on that part.
Absolutely. Caitlin Felvis with 3CDC. I'm sure Mr. Ludo can elaborate on this as well. There's a number of provisions throughout the agreement related to the control of the LLC and approval rights associated with a change in control, a transfer of the property, a number of items like that can help step in to ensure that, the public parties can deal directly with the parent organization, as well as some indemnifications and guarantees that are being delivered directly by the parent organization, and as well as some operating covenants and other controls that would step into place if there is in fact an operating covenant violation related to what happened with the Millennium. I think both the city and the county have been very diligent in trying to come up with Millennium prevention tools within the development agreement to ensure that something like that does not happen again, where the public parties' hands are completely tied.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly, you had mentioned about the aspiration of the 60% union. I've gotten lots of calls and emails from the union. Can you? And I'm just wondering, why are they assuming or thinking, we haven't passed this yet, but once we pass it, why are they assuming?
I haven't seen those emails, so I don't, if you could forward them to me, I could get an answer for you, but I haven't seen those, so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Right. Will do. Okay. With nothing, did you want to say something, Jen? Okay. I make a motion to adopt item 4.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll move on to consent agenda items. Jeff.
Thank you, Commissioners. The consent agenda starts with item 5 in your packet. Item 5 is a resolution approving a policy on sales tax exemption and reimbursement. This sounds bigger than it is. This is an internal policy for reimbursing employees when they have to procure things with personal funds for county purposes and how those reimbursements occur. Item number 6 is a resolution approving a policy on the deposit of public monies. This is another just best practice internal control policy relating to the timing requirements, the county's policy, the timing requirements for the deposit of county funds. So in other words, when a department receives funds in at the counter, how long they have to hold it before they deposit it, et cetera. Item 7, Commissioners, is the actions of the administration for January of 26. Item number 8 is a resolution authorizing a consolidation plat for recordation on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners. Commissioners, this relates to the parcel consolidation at the Regional Safety Complex, the property swap that we had done with Great Parks. We now have 3 separate parcels out there that the board owns that we just want to consolidate into one. Item number 9 is appropriating a grant agreement through the Sheriff's Office for $202,000. This is for the disposal, a program for the disposal of Schedule IV drugs in the Sheriff's ownership. Item number 10 is the purchase of a 2026 Ford Escape on behalf of Planning and Development for $31,489. Item number 11 is accepting and recognizing sales tax paid by Developmental Disability Services and authorizing its release at $243.34. Item number 12 is accepting various purchase orders for Hamilton County and authorizing their execution at $1.1 million. This includes a couple of projects at the stadiums, including an elevator at GABP and equipment in the visiting locker room at Paycor. Item number 13, I'm sorry, I wasn't.
You wanted me to do 13.
Yes, thank you.
Talked about.
Yes.
Item 13, resolution amending the employment agreement of County Administrator Jeffrey W. Aluto, $238,715.40.
Thank you, Commissioner. Item number 14 is, we get into our JFS items. The first is the renewal of an agreement with LifeStart, Inc. for foster care family placement services at $100,000. Item number 15 is a renewal of an agreement with Changing the World for independent living services at $100,000. Item number 16 is a resolution authorizing a single source agreement with Christian Children's Home of Ohio, doing business as Safe Harbor, Ohio, for residential treatment services, $100,000. Item number 17 is authorizing an original agreement with Gateway to Success for group home services, $300,000. Item number 18 is a resolution authorizing an agreement with My Brother's Keeper Therapeutic Home for Youth for group home services at $600,000. Item number 19 is a resolution authorizing a renewal of an agreement between the board and Adonai's Haven for Rest, LLC, for group home services at $500,000. And item number 20 is the execution of an agreement between the board, JFS, and the county clerk of courts for child support enforcement 4D child support case filings at $23,536. Those items total $1.72 million under JFS. And then we have a sheriff's item, Commissioners. This is reporting no objections to 2 liquor permit applications, one on Hamilton Avenue and the other on Montgomery Road. That is your consent agenda, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments as it relates to the consent agenda, Vice President?
No questions, no comments.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on item number 5 caught my attention because it says sales tax exemption. And so I did ask the administrators for some clarity on this. But to be clear, this is not what we're used to seeing at the state level, which is sales tax exemption as a tax break for somebody. That is not what this is. And so I just wanted to be clear on that point. And then item 13 is the adjustment for Administrator Aluto. And I just want to highlight my support for this and recognize that the administrator is doing a very good job on behalf of the citizens of this county, and this is in recognition of that work. Thank you.
Thank you. I also would like to highlight item 13. there was the evaluation conducted that we do yearly as it relates to our administrator, and I'm very pleased at the performance that he has given the board. And also for JFS, the items that were in there would make us to come, the total was about $44,320,000 currently, and we're still in February as far as expenditures. Okay, I'd like.
Madam President, if I could just correct one item. There's actually 3 liquor permit applications. There is another one on Coleraine Avenue. So just wanted to make that correction.
Okay, thank you. I make a motion to adopt items 5 through 21.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Yes.
Thank you. We have some executive sessions. Executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G4 to discuss collective bargaining. And also executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 2122G8 to consider and to negotiate for economic development assistance. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Yes.
Thank you.
We didn't close the meeting.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to adopt by leave 1.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Before we do that, let me just say what by leave 1 is for whoever might have been sitting in their kitchen waiting for us to come back. So, by leave 1 is a resolution approving the report of the fact finder and State Employment Relations Board case number 2025 MED 090944 regarding maintenance, repair workers, and groundskeepers in the facilities department. So I make a motion to adopt by leave 1.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Yes.
Second. I know, if you guys don't stop, I'm asking a question. The second that she gave, before I gave the explanation, do we need another second, was the question? Okay, thank you. I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner Summer Dumas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dreehouse.
Yes.